Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do Hacker Frogs After School today. Here to do Hacker Frogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So we're here a couple of minutes early because, well, I was ready to start, so might as well get started. And what are we doing today? So we're doing four things as we usually do. So we're going to be warming up with a little bit of gaming. I actually wanted to start a little bit earlier so I could get a few more minutes in with the gaming because we're playing through a pretty long game apparently. So the game we're playing for our warm up is called Void Stranger, and apparently it's a 50-hour game, 40-hour game, and we're probably on hour number 3 or 4. So just wanted to get some more time in with that. I'm really enjoying the game. That's another reason why I wanted to get started. And so that's the first going to be the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some reverse engineering. So I'm developing a course right now on reverse engineering. So I'm going to do a little test run on what we're going to be doing for session number 2. So session number 2, we're going to be introducing ourselves to the Radare 2 tool, which we're going to be using for reverse engineering. And it's a pretty complicated tool. We're just going to get our feet wet with the tool and talk about how to disassemble some binaries using it. So that's hour number 2. In hour number 3, topic number 3, we're going to be doing a challenge over at PwnedLabs. So PwnedLabs is a relatively new CTF platform, and they've got a lot of cloud security CTF challenges over there, and it's been really fun and very educational working through those. So we're going to be learning some new tricks with AWS security, and that's going to be the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth and fifth hours, we're going to be going back to StandOff365, and we're going to be poking away at their Bootcamp Network. This is a network of somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 different machines that are all networked together, and we're going to be attacking that as a group. Well, attacking it as a group and individually, and that's going to be the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream. So without further ado, I think we're going to start into the first topic. We'll give ourselves a little bit of extra time. We'll do an hour and 10 minutes, so that's 70 minutes. We'll put that on the clock and we'll get started. All right. So I've got my game all ready to go over here. And don't feel like you can't ask any questions while I'm playing through the game. This is just a little warm up. And if you have any questions, I will be answering questions in the chat. It's just that I'm probably not going to be detouring a lot while I'm doing the warm up. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. So here is the game. Hold on. Let me make it full screen, quote unquote. Where is? Just a second. I'm trying to find my my overlay information. Okay, here we go. All right, friends. Hello, nice to see you here. Hello, got a question. Which one is better for a career in cybersecurity? Blue team. Which one is better for a career in cybersecurity? Blue team. Getting a master's degree or investing in certifications? Thank you for your great content. Yeah, so friends, I mean, I guess I can detour a little bit to talk about this. So, getting a master's degree is probably it's not what I would recommend. What I would recommend is taking a look at there's a couple of good certifications that can get you ready for a career in cybersecurity blue team. The first one that I recommend is the Google Cybersecurity certification. So this is cybersecurity certificate from Google. And let me just get you a link to this. Wow, that's a really messy looking link. But hopefully you get this is it's not super. I think you can get this for free if you go through a certain process, but don't quote me on that. So another thing you might want to look into is TryHackMe's got a pretty well-known certification for blue team stuff. It's called Security Analyst Level 1. And these two certifications together are not going to cost you nearly as much as going to college to study this kind of stuff. So yeah. Anyways, let's get into the game then. Where are we? Here. Okay, and I'm gonna just turn on the volume here. So settings, audio master to 4. Okay, so here we go. Friends, no worries, no worries. I'm here to help people with cybersecurity stuff. I'm also here to have a good time. So this is Void Stranger. It's a puzzle game, and this guy is coming at me. Up, open the chest. So each one of these little bugs that I collect from the treasure chests, these are extra lives. So I've got 4 lives as indicated down on the bottom of the overlay. So let's see, go down, grab one of these, put this here, grab one of these, put this here, distract this monkey guy, and then head to the exit. I guess I could investigate the statue as well. So we've got, uh-oh. I want to investigate the statue. Okay, so just dodge that monkey. So I can't do anything with these statues. Alright, well I guess I'll put this back. And then I'll dodge the monkey and then get to the exit. Okay, so we need to dodge the monkeys, and we need to get the treasure chest. It doesn't seem to be too difficult in this case. James says, "Good morning." Good morning, James. You must be in Europe, because it's morning in Europe right now, but not where I am. Actually, is it morning in Europe right now? No. You must be in Asia then. Okay, so it's morning in Asia. India. Okay, that's Asia. All right, let's dodge the monkey. Okay, monkey dodged, and we can fill in the hole there. Okay, that's another extra life. Nice. So we need to... I can get to the exit without getting hit by the monkeys. Awesome. Alright, so what's next? So we've got a button, and we've got a staircase. So the button is right above the monkey guy right over there, and so when something goes on top of the button, the stairs are going to open up with on the little yin-yang symbol over here. So we just need to figure out how to do it. Fran says it's oh okay, it's midnight in the EU right now. Yeah, sorry about that. I was getting my time zones mixed up. So Ima says evening all, 11 p.m. in the UK. Well, thank you very much for coming by the stream. I know how yeah, how it's difficult to catch some of these late night streams sometimes. Okay, so we get the monkey to come down here. Uh-oh. Now the monkey's following me around. Well, I can grab this, and then we can... Well, we can get the monkey to step on the button. We'll lure it back over this way. Yeah, so we need to get the monkey to step on the button, and we also need to... pick up... Okay. Pick up the button, put it somewhere. Maybe we'll put it over here. We can't pick up the staircase. So this button over here has the staircase, which opens up when we step on the button. but we can't pick it up because it's in a spot where we can't actually face it. Oh, there's a secret there. All right. I'm a bit worried. Where should we be leading this monkey to step on the button? I guess for now we can just put it here and then run away. Uh-oh. So if we lure the monkey over here, it ends up there. I wish I could reset the room now. Maybe I need to sacrifice a life and then reset the room. Okay, I'll reset the room. So just get hit by the monkey, and then we can try again. So we need to get the monkey to hit the button at the top over there and stay there. So first of all, we'll just pick up one of these, we'll put this here. We can't reveal ourselves by stepping into the monkey's path because it'll kill us right away if we step to the left. So interesting game. Yeah, I mean, I really like the game, but can we... It's not... No. I mean, this is a puzzle game. Okay, we can't pick up anything from here. Can we put... We can't pick up the tile that has the stairs on it. We can pick this up. So if we go here, it lures the monkey out. Okay, and then it goes, and then it chases us over here. We can pick up this button. Then lure it back this way. Oh, you know what? I get it. So, we lure it back this way, we put the button back, we can lure it down, right? And then we can lure it up this way to push the button, then we can get to the stairs. I don't know why I didn't see it either, earlier. Okay. So we got another monkey sitting on the stairs. so it looks like what we need to do is we need to pick up the tiles here. Like this. And then we'll lure the monkey away. And then we can get to the exit. And here we've got a monkey immediately. So wait, can we... So the monkeys don't... We move before the monkeys move. Which means we should be able to outrun the monkeys. Uh-oh, I think I need to sacrifice a life. Okay, great. So we can just move over this way. Rail Nano, hello, nice to see you here. Your live YouTube didn't notify me. Really? You should receive a notification. Anyways, okay, so we can just exit here without the monkeys touching us. Great. This is another scenario where we need to trick the monkey into hitting a button for us. So I guess we can just go up here. I think we need to get the monkey to come over to the other side of the map. So I need to pick this up and then go over. I'll pick up my extra life over here. And so we can just pick up the button and put it over here so that the monkey comes and presses the button. Okay. Uh-oh. The monkey's gonna step off of the button, though. Hack the game, get unlimited lives. I think you can actually hack the game. I encountered some funny stuff earlier. I'll talk about it when I get to the relevant room. Okay. So there's a... Is that an NPC? Or is that a monster? I think that's an NPC. Okay, a scrawny man stands before you. Smell, food, give. It seems he's looking for food. Maybe you should give something to him? You hand over one of your locust idols. The man grabs it without any hesitation, gulping it down in an instant. Taste. Nothing. More. Give more. I don't know if I want to give more of my lives to this guy. Okay, S-Fox says, I don't get it, I just saw the title and joined, but we're playing a game. So we're doing a game for warm-up. We're going to be doing the first hour, we're going to be playing a little game. This is a game I've been interested in playing. Then we're going to be doing some reverse engineering stuff. After the reverse engineering, we'll do some cloud hacking. And then after the cloud hacking, we're going to do some network hacking stuff. Okay, so... we can just move around this guy by putting these tiles down over here. But I guess we could also talk to him. But I'm afraid that each time I talk to this guy, I'm going to give away more of my lives. So I'm just going to exit. Okay, so we've got another monkey guy. So maybe... Maybe step here, pick this up, and then we don't need to worry about the monkey. We also need to trick the monkey into pressing the button here. Put this down, the monkey comes after us, it ends up in the corner, I can pick up the button. We need to find a place where we can put the button. Over, over, down, okay. Well, we end up in the same position we were previously. Okay, Maybe we put the button over here. Although putting the button over there doesn't really help too much. Monkey just goes back over there. Ah! I hit that. I hit the thing by mistake. Okay. So go down. We can crack this. We can put the button over here. Pick this up. Okay, so that puts the monkey there. We need to put this down. Go here, put down the button, avoid getting hit by the monkey, pick this up, go here, lure the monkey this way, and then lure the monkey this way. Okay, great. Alright, we've got another monkey to deal with. But the monkey is blocking the stairs this time. So I think what we need to do is we need to pick up these... Uh-oh. Have I trapped myself? Oh no. I think I'm gonna have to reset the room. Because we can put this down here. We can put this here, but we can't avoid getting hit by the monkey anymore. Yeah. So if we just put this stuff down, we can never really go off in any other directions. Because in order to... we can't turn around. Anytime we move in a direction, we need to move up or down one space. So we're going to need to get hit by the monkey and reset the puzzle. But I'm very, very low on lives. So we only have a couple more tries before it's game over. So maybe pick up one of these. So up, up. Maybe we can just start picking up these glass tiles. Yeah, okay. I mean, we did manage to lure the monkey away. Okay, okay. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to reset. Okay, so this is my last life. So what is gonna be, how do I build the bridge? I can't just build the bridge immediately to the north, because I'm gonna get hit by the monkey. I need to build something over on this side. So the glass tiles are a bit of a pain in the butt. Step on the glass tile. Step on the glass tile. Put down a regular tile. I can't build over here. The monkey will get me. Oh, I see it. I think I see it. Okay. So you need to move here, then build it like that. Okay, good. So I just need to... The problem is I need to build a little bit more. Maybe put it... I got my glass tile, put it here. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. Oh, you know what? This works. So I just lure the monkey over here, and then I can get to the exit. Awesome. So we need to lure the monkey onto the button. Pick this up. Put it down. Pick up the button. But if I pick up the button, I can't get out. Maybe we can lure the monkey over here. Okay, well, I mean, there's an extra little objective we can get over in the corner. So lure the monkey out. Put this down. That'll lure the monkey over. Up, up, over. Monkey comes this way. Monkey comes down. If there was some way I could put the button in the corner, that'd be great. So lure the monkey over here, and then put the button in the corner. But if the button's in the corner, I can't... I can't, there's a hole there, and I can't walk around. Lure the monkey down. Although maybe I should be putting the button here. Yeah, okay. So the monkey comes, steps on the button, but then the monkey steps off of the thing. Then it goes all the way to the... Uh-oh. Can't, We can lure the monkey away. Grab this, put it down, lure the monkey back. This isn't gonna work. Okay, lure the monkey back, and then lure the monkey over this way. The problem is that the monkey's gonna start coming back the other way. So, let's see. Rita says, can't you take the ice in the middle? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that safely. Butterfly Soul Music says, what is this? This is Void Stranger. So you can see the name of the game up in the top left of the overlay, to the left of the timer. So... Oh, you know what? So the monkey steps on the button. I take away the tile it can't move, and then I can reach the stairs. Alright. Okay, let's see. Butterfly Soul Music, are you doing Pomodoros? Kind of. It's not really a Pomodoro, it's more like the timer keeps track of when I should switch topics on the live stream. So I think what I want to do is I want to pick up these tiles here. Okay, and then I can go and get my extra life here. Great. Cool, cool. Look out for this. Thank you. Okay, so I think what we want to do here is we can pick up these tiles here and we can make a little bridge. And maybe, yeah, we can just hit the button up here, and then we can lure the monkey over. When the monkey presses the button, then we'll be on top of the stairs and we'll be able to exit. So Butterfly Soul Music was supposed to take my AWS CCP exam soon. What is AWS CCP? AWS is Amazon Web Services. We're going to be doing some Amazon Web Service security stuff later today. Maybe in a couple of hours. Okay, so monkey comes over, presses the button, we exit. Okay, good. Butterfly Soul Music says, your voice reminds me of somebody I used to know. Very comforting. Well, I mean, I'm glad to hear that. So let's see, cloud practice, certified cloud practitioner. Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot about using AWS CLI to do some security tests against AWS. So I think what we want to do is, well, we can't do anything with these boulders and stuff. So go here, pick up one of these blocks. Then we can use these blocks to build a little bridge. So the big question is, how are we supposed to press the button? So, oh, no, not how do we press the button, how do we get to the stairs? So the stairs are the kind of yin-yang looking symbol up in the top of the screen. We need to get the monkey monster at the top left corner to come down and press the button. I don't see a way we can build a bridge up to the stairs though. I don't see the method. Butterfly Soul Music says, been working on a home lab project. Awesome, awesome. That's great to hear. So we can pick up a tile, we can put it we'll pick up this tile. And then we'll put this here. This means we can lure the monkey down. But even if we lure the monkey down, it won't be able to get us. Although we can put this here as well. Okay, so actually now that we can go down, we can go up and we can start making a little bridge. Like this. Oh man. You live and you learn. Yep. Let's see, on this long train ride, leaving the house was a mistake. Sometimes it does feel like that. How do we get over there safely? Why are you sending messages like that? Listen. The next message you send in chat should explain what you're trying to say, otherwise I'm going to need to ban you. So we pick this up. Why are you sending those kind of messages as your first message in chat? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Is it a meme? I'm not sure. Let's see, just some guy, ban him. Well, I mean, people have to give reasons for me. I don't like to ban people for no reason. Maybe I should pick up, because I really don't know how to solve this over here. Out of nowhere, yeah. It's not really that funny, Goit. So we can pick this up. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. So this opens up the stairs. This opens up the stairs, but we don't have enough tiles to build a bridge over there. Yeah, we don't have enough. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have to reset. I'm not sure how we solve this level. So this is the last attempt. So here what we need to do is we need to find a way to build a bridge up to the stairs. They up there with Jamaicans on having the gift of the gab. Well, I mean, I haven't talked to too many Jamaicans in my life. Maybe I should change that. Okay, please tell me your opinion about bug bounty. You want to talk about bug bounty? I'd say that bug bounty is not... I wouldn't recommend bug bounty for someone's first job in cybersecurity, because bug bounty, well, you need to be really good at the job. Otherwise, you're going to be working for a really long time and making no money. So what I would recommend is that you learn web app security and you become like a web app security tester for like a good number of years before trying to make your cybersecurity career bug bounty. That's my advice. Okay, pick this up, put it down, do that a bunch of times. So how do we... I suppose we could pick these up and put them down. Step here, replace this. And we can start building Down. Okay, okay. I think I see it, kind of. So go up here, pick this up, and then we can. I mean, we can put this down here. Actually, let's put this somewhere else. We'll put it here. But there's no place we can get it. This is tough. We'll just put it here for now. We can start building down here. Okay, and then after that, we can take some of these away. Like this one. This one. We still don't have... Man. This is tough too. There's not nearly enough tiles. Take this, put it here. I have no idea. Butterfly Soul Music says, I want to get started and get sidetracked by AOC and work. So when you're talking about AOC, do you mean advent of code, or do you mean advent of cyber? Butterfly Soul Music. So I can build it up. I mean, we just need to get over there and then grab the stairs and then put them somewhere else. But I don't see a way to do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So pick up the button. I mean, we can pick up the button and put it here. This doesn't help. We can't... Okay, Gord says, have you achieved success alone or with a team in the CTF? Which CTF are you talking about? Most of the CTFs that I do alone. I have worked in team environments for CTFs, not very often, maybe once or twice. Yeah, this one's tricky. So we definitely want to... put this here. I think I'm you meant the CTF time site. I don't do CTF time. I generally don't do CTFs that are not evergreen. I only do materials that are evergreen because that means that I can record the solution, and then anybody can access the exercises, and I can turn them into YouTube videos for education. But I think we're done. I don't see any way to finish this puzzle. Alright, I think we're gonna have to start over again. Goodbye, Core World. Okay, you've fallen. Hello. Is this your first time here? Yeah. Okay, Second Mind says you probably just get the monkey thing on the corner and then remove the pieces and then leave the monkey on the button. Oh, Advent of Cyber. Awesome, awesome. So you're a cybersecurity practitioner. Awesome. So I thought so. I've been following your journey so far. You must be really determined to have come to this place willingly. Unfortunately, determination will only get you so far. Especially now that you're dead. Tell me, do you still wish to continue? You wish to continue, you wish to give up. I guess we can continue. What to do? No one can cheat death. But there's one trick you could try. If you eat something here, you'll become a part of this realm. Then you'll be able to roam these halls to your heart's content. It just so happens I've got this fruit with me. Would you like to eat it? Okay, everybody, let's take a little vote. So everybody's watching on YouTube, everybody's watching on Twitch. Do we eat the fruit? You can type eat or not eat, or eat or don't eat, and then we'll do what the people want. We'll do it. We'll leave the we'll leave about a minute for people to give their vote. Senior Goomba, hello, nice to see you here. Second Mind says, I don't know the rules of the game. So do we eat the fruit or do we not eat the fruit? So let's see. Shane Dugas says eat. Okay. We'll do another. What's our timer at? Okay, so we'll wait until the timer is at like 19 minutes. Second Mind says, already dead, why not eat? Goit says, how are you coping with the digital detox? Don't you feel like we're always on our... How are you coping with the digital detox? I don't digital detox. Most of the time. If free, why not eat? Well, there are a bunch of myths that talk about how you shouldn't be eating things when you're in the land of the dead, but sure, people say eat it. Okay, you want to eat the fruit. Great. I'm so glad I was able to help you. Hopefully you'll find what you're looking for. I'll leave you to it. Okay, so here's a shiny apple. We can eat it. You ate the whole fruit. Its taste is foreign to you, yet the pulp is surprisingly sweet, if bitter. Probably should have peeled it before eating it, though. Okay, so it looks like we are void. So can we kill ourselves as much as we want? Yup. Alright. So we need to figure out a strategy to finish the puzzle. Up here. So up until this part of the puzzle, it seems kind of obvious, but after this we don't know. We know what we're supposed to do. Robvo, nice to see you here. I just saw your videos today. Hey, what is up? What is up? Nice to see you, Robvo. We're going to be puzzle gaming for another 18 minutes or so, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, so Sick in the Mind says maybe what we're supposed to do is trap the monkey. Trap the monkey on a square with the button pressed. Okay, let's try it out, because we can take as many tries as we want now. So to pick up the button, we need to build a bridge. Actually, no, we don't. Here, up, down, pick up. Whoop! Uh-oh. No consequences anymore. Okay, so Streamlabs says, Robvo just subscribed with a tier 1. Thank you very much, Robvo. I very much appreciate it. Okay, so step up here, grab this, down, grab the squares. So it's actually nice not having to worry about lives anymore. So you can do a lot more experimentation. I think it's in an achievement lock state at the moment. Probably. Step here, pick up button. Uh-oh. But after I pick up the button, I can't go anywhere. So this is not the solution. Okay. Okay, we can kind of speedrun it now that we don't have to worry about dying. You're supposed to leave the button. Maybe we're supposed to leave the button, but hold on. So what else we could do is we could just build this thing back over here. Go here, pick up button, put button like here. Okay, once he's there, so bait him to the corner. Once he's there, remove the piece that allows him to remove anywhere else. Yeah, give it a try. Uh-oh. Okay, up, grab, grab. So how do we bait him into the corner and then remove the thing? I guess what we could do is we could... get rid of that glass piece. Okay, so we get rid of this glass piece, put it here. Then we can start moving... we can start building up from here. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. Well, I mean, I can leave the monkey here. Oh, but he steps off. Yeah, the problem is we can't... So now we've got a different problem. That's why I was saying remove the pieces around him. Okay, let's give this another go. Over... over... Now we can... we just need to find the correct way to move the monkey over here. Okay, so we can get the monkey over here eventually. We can also start building this way. So remove the piece to the right of the corner so they can't move it. Make the bridge up from that bottom piece. Hello there. Hey, Max, nice to see you here. What is up? Oops. I mean, we could build the bridge up from here. So the other problem is getting to the stairs. So what are we doing here? So we're just trying to solve a little puzzle. We're trying to find a way to eventually get to this one tile. So the one tile is over to the right at the top of the screen. It looks like a yin-yang symbol, kind of. It's got the stairs we need to access when the button is pushed. So we need to figure out that problem as well. So we can't pick up the boulder and the statue. They're just there for decoration. I don't think we can do anything with them. Did you try the chest? The chest? I think we'll reset this. So we've got unlimited lives now. So these things, they don't do anything. Did you try the cheat? Which cheat is that? Although, maybe what we should be doing is we should be saving our glass pieces for something. But I don't see anywhere we could be really saving them. I guess we could save the glass pieces over here. Oh, you know what? We can do this. Yeah, so this will let us get up to the top and then access the stairs. Okay, we got to the stairs. We can pick up the stairs, and we can put it wherever we want. So now that we can... So afterwards, we can figure out how to get the monkey to stand on this on the button. Okay, this is kind of fun. Are you talking about Cheat Engine? I don't know if it's the case here. There's a program called Cheat Engine that can detect the memory. Yeah, it is called Cheat Engine. I mean, I've never really used it too much. So we can step here, put the button down so that the monkey can stand on it. And then the monkey is stuck, and then we can access the stairs. So that took a long time, but we managed to get there. Okay, awesome. This is another puzzle where we need to lure the monkey onto the button. Maybe... Maybe we can do exactly what we did earlier. I thought there was a reverse engineering CTF challenge. Not in this case. It's a game. So I can step here. Well, I mean, we've got unlimited lives. We don't have to worry about dying anymore. So I can pick up my extra life. The extra lives don't mean anything anymore. Then we can lure the monkey this way. And then we can lure the monkey this way. And then lure the monkey this way. Lure it this way. And that... Oh, I should have done it another way. Okay. lure the monkey this way, it presses the button, we get to the stairs. Okay, wow, everything's glass. Open the chest. Gonna have to reset. Okay, so if we just want to get to the exit, what should we do? Maybe pick up one of these? Okay, that gets us to the exit. Neems, hey, what is up? What is up? We're just playing a little game for the last 5 minutes before we move on to the next topic. The next topic is going to be reverse engineering. We're going to be taking apart some x86 binaries. So, one fun thing about this game is that you can take the stairs away and you can put it somewhere else. Although I don't see anywhere else we can put it right now. Can we put it somewhere? I don't think I can face any of these pits. Oh, we can. We can put this here. And then we can put this over here. Now, how do we get that chest without getting monkeyed? Not that the chest really. What's x86 used for? x86 is the type of computer chip that most PCs and laptops use. So there's x86, there's ARM. So x86 is found in PCs and laptops. ARM is used in like iOS stuff, so like MacBooks and Apple computers, Apple computer devices mostly. There's a few other like well-known chipsets as well, but x86 is probably one of the most common that you'll come across. Ravo says, never thought about moving on to reverse engineering, more in the PT web field. I mean, there's a lot of different specializations in cybersecurity, and this is one of the things I really appreciate about it. But I don't think we're going to be getting... We're not getting that chest. Yeah. Let's just go to the exit. Okay, so what do we got? There's a monkey, there's a button. There's no way we can move any of these objects. So if we move an object, we have to put it somewhere else, but there's no other places to put the objects, so we can just take the things away. We need to get the monkey to hit the button. Although we could... We can't put the button anywhere else. We can lure the monkey out, and we can have it chase us all around. But how do we get it to stand on a button? Okay, so, man, how do we do this? We can get the monkey to stand here. How does this help us any? Oh, maybe we can... First we get the monkey to stand here. Then we need to get the monkey to stand down here, but we can't. We have to put down the tile that we picked up first. Where's there a blind spot? Yeah. Try to drop the monkey. Drop the monkey. Drop the monkey? How? Although I guess I could move the stairs around. Let's reset. So we'll get the monkey to come out. We'll pick up the stairs. Monkey comes down. Monkey stands in front here. Monkey goes up. Oh, okay, I see it, I see it. Maybe, like... Nope. Okay. Man, I thought I was onto something there. Anyways, we'll come back to this after... We'll come back to this probably on... What is the day? What day is it today? It's Friday, so we'll probably come back to this on Monday. But let's quit for right now. I think we can just do this. Okay, awesome. Alright, so no more game. We'll move on to the next thing. So the next thing we're going to be doing is reverse engineering. So let's go ahead and set that up. So let's see, we've got our topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. And this is what we're going to be doing. So reverse engineering, let's put a little bit of music on before we get started. And let's do 70 minutes, why not? This soundtrack right here, let's play it. Okay, so what we're going to be doing in this exercise, ooh, it's a bit loud. You should be able to hear it. Shouldn't be super, super loud. It's actually going to be pretty soft. Let's see, we're going to be doing some reverse engineering challenges from PicoCTF Gym exclusive. And it's going to be these over here. So if you have an account over at PicoCTF, you should be able to see these. So what we can also do is we can solve these inside of the PicoCTF web shell too. But it's actually more comfortable for me to do it on my own computer. But let's use the web shell because everybody has access to the web shell. Okay, so let's see. From Pico, I think completed all, so I will not have as much fun as you. Oh, you've completed them all. That's actually a pretty impressive feat. Okay, so after you've logged into PicoCTF, you're going to see this button over here. It's called Web Shell. You click on that, and then you click on this button over here. It's labeled Pop-out Web Shell Terminal. Okay, so this is going to give you a web shell, or like a little Linux machine that you can use to solve these challenges. So the other thing you can do is you can also access the web shell from this link after you've logged into your PicoCTF. So Pico integrated a web shell, nice. Yeah, it's very convenient. So we're going to be solving these series of challenges over here. They're called GDB Baby Step from 1 to 4. And we're going to be focusing on finishing these challenges to learn about reverse engineering. So let's do this first one over here. Here's the link. Alright, so what are we doing here? So it's called, the challenge is called GDB Baby Step 1. The description says, can you figure out what the EAX register at the end of the main function is? Put your answer in the CTF flag format, PicoCTF n, where n is the contents of the EAX register in the decimal number base. So if your answer was hex 11, then your flag would be PicoCTF 17. Disassemble this. So they've got a link that you can use to download a program. So you're going to copy that link, then you're going to go over to your web shell. So in the web shell, we can create some little directories to work inside of our challenges, because we certainly don't want to keep everything all together. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of some of these directories we're not using anymore. Let's get rid of this disk image thing and the O file. Okay, so nice and clean. So from here, we're just going to create a directory to work inside of. We're going to call this GBS, because it's called GDB Baby Step 1. So GBS 1. And then we're going to move into that directory, and then we're going to download the program. So it's just wget and then paste in the file. Oh, nope, not this. I need to get that link again. So if you want to try this out yourself, here's the link. So this is debugger A, I think the program is called. Paste it in, download the thing. You should have the debugger A program in your directory now. So there's a number of different tools that we can use to inspect this. What we're going to be doing is we'll teach you how to use tools from the Radare 2 suite. So let's talk about this a little bit. So Radare 2 is a reverse engineering suite of tools. So R2 is a disassembler. Rabin is a tool that tells you info about a binary. We also have Rag2. This is a tool that creates predictable patterns. So Max says the challenge is named GDB, and you do R2. Yeah, that's what we're doing over here. So Radare 2 it's a very powerful set of tools, and it's my preferred way to do disassembly. Of course, you're free to use whatever tools you want, but I'm going to be teaching how to use R2, so Radare 2. So on most of your CTF environments, they're going to have Radare 2 installed, and the way we can access this program, well, we can use Rabin 2 information. We can get some information about this. It'll tell us a bunch of information about the binary here. So these are x86 compiled C binaries. I guess we should also note that as well. So for our HackerFrogs AfterSchool classes, the classes for reverse engineering, we'll be looking at x86 binaries. So we mean x86 means that they're using the x86 instructions. Well, they're programs that are run by the x86 CPU, and specifically, we'll be looking at C compiled binaries. So the binaries were originally compiled using the C programming language, and they're executed using x86. We'll also be looking at x86 assembly language. So assembly language is the language, the lowest level language that you can get before the raw machine code. So Gannett AK says, are they only DLLs? So they're not going to be DLLs in this case, because we'll be looking at Linux binaries. So Linux binaries means ELF binaries. It's just like a matter of practicality, because we're using Linux to disassemble other Linux programs. So in this case, if we go back to our architecture here, it says that it's x86 architecture. This is an ELF binary. It's a 64-bit binary, and there's a bunch of information about like memory protections. We don't need to worry about memory protections in our case. It also tells us that the byte order is little endian byte order, which means that the byte order is going to go in from right to left instead of left to right. So most of the time we don't need to worry too much about this, especially in reverse engineering. But when we move on to like binary exploitation, it's going to matter more. Okay, do a clean job. The Shy Hat, thanks. Yeah, thank you very much, Max. That's a compliment coming from you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the binary then. So the binaries they're not executable by default. What we need to do before we can do any disassembly or debugging on them is we need to make them executable. So we run the chmod +x on the file. Whoops. And now we've got an executable file. So from here, if we wanted to inspect it using the Radari2 program, it would be r2-d for debug, and then the name of the file. So we'll keep track of this. This is the common syntax we use to start up Radari2. Radari2 command syntax to what is the word? To debug a file, it looks like this. I guess these commands we can put between some backticks over here. Okay, so run the command, and that's going to start up the debugger. So once we're in the debugger, we want to run a couple of commands first, just to start off. So the first command we run is to analyze the binary, which we can do with the AAA command. So you can do AAA, you can do AA, you can do quadruple A. It says that it's going to analyze the binary at different levels. Most of the time I just use AAA and it works out okay. So, but you can do like quadruple A as well, but for most purposes, AAA is fine for analyzing. It'll analyze the binary, it'll try to identify functions and other information about the binary. So from here, we can actually take a look at a few different things about the binary. So the first thing is the functions in the binary. So the functions are going to be accessed with this command here, AFL, which stands for all functions list. So this returns a bunch of different functions from the binary. Most of the time we only need to worry about the ones that are found at the top. So you'd run something like AFL, and then you can pipe most of these commands into other Linux commands as well from Radari2. For example, you can just get the first few of these by piping it into head. So this will get you the first few functions inside of the binary. So let's let's just record that as well. Redare 2 commands. So the first command we talk about is AAA, analyze the binary. So the next one is AFL. This stands for all functions list. That's all. That lists out the binary. That lists out the functions. Lists out functions in the binary. And another very common one is PDF. So print disassembly. Print disassembly function. You usually need to run this command with another argument. So for example, something like, PDF at function name. And I guess the most common example we would use is PDF at main to disassemble the main function. So we can do that as well. So we got our, where's our main function? Oh, we don't see it. Let's pipe this into less. So we see that a little bit down here we've got the main function. So for each one of these functions they also give like a memory address. The memory addresses are the place inside of the computer memory or the program memory where the functions reside. So Blue Bubble says list primary functions as a header. List primary functions as a header. Is that the official name of the command? But anyway, we got the main function here, and if we know that there is a main function, we can PDF print disassembly function at main. So this will let us know what assembly instructions there are over here. But Blue Bubble, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and
I also noticed that we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so while ads run on Twitch, we'll take a little break. So, let's see. While the break is going on, I'll put on the birds. And here are the birds. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. I just need to take a little bit of a water break. See you in a little bit. Okay, so a lot of people complain about the ads. I mean, I can't help it. If you're streaming on Twitch, you need to play some ads. It's kind of mandatory. But it does give me an opportunity to have a little bit of a water break, which is, well, it's good for me. Anyways, Real Nano says, "Do you think these are pre-recorded?" These are pre-recorded because there's always a bird. These are pre-recorded. This isn't live. These are just the best videos I got from my security cam. Anyways, I don't want to fool anybody. These are not live videos. Okay, so Blue Bubble says, "Sorry, I was just conceptualizing your last command." Yeah, so we've got let's talk about these commands. So AAA is going to analyze the binary. So A just means analyze. I guess A means analyze. So A and then F for functions and then L for list. So AFL is all functions list. And then PDF is print disassembly for function, I guess. So PDF print disassembly function. And then we do PDF at main. ALF all list function. I mean, the order does matter in this case. I don't think ALF works in this case. Let me give it a try. So ALF, no. but AFL does give you something. Do you think you could, someone could get your location from the videos through some OSINT? I think they could if they were working pretty hard. Yeah, they definitely could. I'm just hoping that nobody decides to stalk me like that. That would be unfortunate. Okay, so PDF at main. We'll talk a little bit about this. So each one of these instructions has a hexadecimal memory address here, and they also have like the hexadecimal command. So the hexadecimal command is this, and its assembly language instruction is this over here. So this is just, well, this is just a translation of this hexadecimal command. So it happens a lot with streamers that they call the cops on them and they get raided. Yeah, I mean, there are not that many people watching my live streams, unless there is some crazy person who decides to, you know, to be a really bad person. Bird types and weather will help narrow it down. Well, I mean, people know roughly where I live because I talk about being part of the Vancouver cybersecurity scene. I'm not exactly like a super private person. I just don't like to put my face out there more than I need to. Real OSINT stuff. They're always bad people out there. But anyways, so the main function is what we need to be paying attention to in this exercise. They say here, can you figure out what's in the main, well, what's in the EAX register at the end of the main function? So we're looking at the main function right now. Where are we? Here. And so the EAX register is one of many different memory registers in the x86 system. So we see there's only one thing that is moved into the EAX, which is this value right here. So we're moving into the EAX register this absolute value. So the value is hexadecimal 86342, and if you wanted to figure out what this is, there's actually a very convenient way to figure it out inside of Radare. So you just needed to give the question mark and then the value. So copy paste. So this will let you know what this value is in a bunch of different formats. So for example, int32, uint32, hexadecimal, octal, unit segment string. It's very, very convenient for trying to get convert one value to another case. What was it? Another base? Yeah. So in decimal, this number is this, and this is the value we need to supply as the flag. So we're just going to copy that, and where are we? Here. For each one of these challenges, we need to wrap it up with the picoctf wrapper. So the flag wrapper is going to be picoctf, and then some squiggly brackets. We need to put the decimal value of the thing that goes into EAX in there. So we can just copy this and provide this as the flag. Go over to the challenge, paste this in, and then submit this as a flag. And that's the entire challenge. So if there's anything that you have any questions about, any of the commands that we did inside of Radara 2, let me know. I'll try to answer as best we can. So Max says this is a nice feature in Radara 2. We don't have it in GDB. Yeah, it is very, very nice. So let's go back to the web shell. So this is how we do it. So if you do question mark and then some value, you can get the translations to different systems. Let's talk about it over here. So Radara 2 commands. The next command we looked at was question mark value. So what does this do? It translates the value to different, what do we call these? Different bases, I guess. Bases or encoding types. So for example, decimal, hexadecimal, octal string binary. Okay, I have a point. You can use object dump also to disassemble the binary. Yeah. So there are a bunch of different tools you can use to disassemble binaries. Let me give you a couple more. So debugger right here, we can do object dump. I think it's D. Object dump D on this program. It also give you the disassembly for these programs. So we want to look for the main function over here, and these are the same instructions that we saw inside of Radare 2. It's also object dump is much more likely to be on the system than Radare 2. Radare 2 is a specialized reverse engineering tool, whereas object dump is way more commonly found on typical Linux systems. Anyways, let's move on to the next challenge. So we'll make another directory for the next challenge. It's GDB baby step 2. Okay. So getting asked, what is move? So move is a... Hold on. So we also talked about a few different assembly commands. So x86 ASM instructions. So move. So the move instruction, it's usually used as move register value in this kind of syntax. Moves a value into a memory register. So along with move, you probably saw like a bunch of different commands. I'll explain it when we pull up the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be GDB baby step 2 here, and if you're keeping track at home, this is the link. Okay, so for GDB baby step 2, it asks, can you figure out what's in the EAX register at the end of the main function? Put your answer in the picoctf format. Well, I mean, it's essentially the same challenge as the first one. It's probably going to be a little bit more complicated. They've got a link for the next program, so just copy that. I think you can download this directly, even if you're not signed into picoctf. What's my directory? GBS2. Okay, we're going to download the program. Rel Nano says, do you do bug bounties? I do not. I do not do bug bounties. So chmod plus X on debugger, and now we can debug this using Radare 2. So just like before, we do R2-D and then the name of the program. Okay, after we do that, we can analyze the binary with AAA. And then after it's finished analyzing, we can take a look at the functions. So typically, well, I mean, we don't necessarily have to do this every time, but sometimes there are some unusual functions in the binary. So we do AFL to all functions list, and we'll just pipe into less so that we can scroll up and down. So typically the functions that we actually need to pay attention to are these ones over up at the top. So we get the main function, and then we've got some other functions. Typically these C compiled binaries are going to have functions depending on which functions were used in the actual C code. And no relish, no what? No relish, no Nurel Islam something something. Hey, what's that? What are you coding? What coding languages are you guys using? And if doing CS50 before I'm starting C#, is it good or no? CS50, C#. Well, I mean, learn whatever coding language you want to. I don't know if anybody has any specific strong opinions on C#. If you're doing a lot of stuff with like Microsoft, then probably C# is a good bet, because Microsoft really loves C#. Blue Bubble says the calling functions. So if there are any functions called inside of the actual source code, they'll be included here, unless something's been done to obfuscate them. But I don't think we're dealing with any of that. So we got our main function here, and we can analyze it. So we're just going to do print disassembly function at main. So this one's a little bit more complicated. So we have a bunch of variables in this case. So variables are these D words. So D word var 8 hex, var C hex, var 4 hex, etc., etc. And these are actually spaces inside of the program that are set aside for variable values. So okay, so let's see. GX Academy says C# is useful for Windows, but it goes with .NET Framework a lot, which is a lot of overhead to learn. More than the most programming languages, you have to learn a language and then build stuff. So what was the task again? Let's see. So GSX Academy says would start with C or C++ over C#. So let's see. NewRel says I need to make desktop programs mainly. So I mean, I guess it makes sense to learn C# if you're going to be developing a lot for Windows, especially. But yeah, so the thing that we need to understand is that most of the time these variables, they're going to be stored in the function. Well, they're going to be stored in the program at specific locations, and these locations are set aside. They're usually behind the base pointer. So what can we do? I think what we can do is we can run the program until the entry point by running this command right here. So dcu entry. So cannot continue at unknown address. So that's not, though there's, Was that not the command? Hold on. So before we move on, let's see. Was it Blue Bubble? Blue Bubble was asking about the different instructions. So we got the move instruction, we got the push instruction, we've got the jump instruction, we have the add instruction, but most of these they're going to do some very basic things. So for example, we got the move instruction. Let's take a look at the jump instruction. So the jump instruction is going to jump the program execution over to a specific address. So this jumps over to hex 401136. So this will move over to the instruction over here, and then it'll keep on going after this point. Okay, NewRel says, thank you and sorry for the spam. No worries, it's fine. Okay, GSX Academy says, learn the Win32 library if you want desktop apps, and then you can learn what library you want to use in your application. Okay, so for this challenge, what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out what's in the EAX register at the end of the program. So we actually see a lot of different operations that are done on variables that are put into the EAX register. Most of the time, when you're doing reverse engineering, what you're looking for is just the result. So if the result of all this stuff ends up in the EAX register all the same, what you can do is you can set up a breakpoint in program execution at a particular memory address. Okay, Max says, I think it's arguments to function address and then compare it to something. Oh, sorry, were we talking about the compare operation? So the compare operation is this one right here, CMP. But most of the time you can ignore this stuff and you can just move straight to the end of the program. So we would do db to set a breakpoint, and we'll just add this to our notes. So the Radara2 commands db set breakpoint in program execution. So the syntax for db is db and then memory address. R2 is good stuff. So yeah, so in this case, what are we doing? We can ignore everything else in the program. We can just set a breakpoint for the very end of the main function. So the end of the main function is here. So we're just going to set that breakpoint, and then after we set the breakpoint, we can actually execute the program. When we execute the program, when it gets to this instruction here, it's going to pause because we set a breakpoint there. So DC to run the program, it hits the breakpoint in the execution, and we'll talk about that command as well. So the DC command runs the binary. It runs the binary. If there are any breakpoints, it'll hit the breakpoint and stop. But DC is going to run the binary. So to reset the binary, we've got another command as well. So it's OOD. Reset the binary to its original state. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, also pay attention to, if the file is a PyElf, because it'll change the address that you're trying to break. I feel it's a bit harder than GDB from my perspective. It is, well, I mean, Radara2 is a more difficult program. The commands are a bit hard to get a handle on, but if you take some careful notes, it is a more powerful program than GDB or GNU Debugger. Okay, so let's go back. So we just hit the breakpoint, and what we want to do is we just want to figure out what's in the EAX register. So we can DR for, I think it's like, DR stands for something the register. So disassemble the register, I guess. So disassemble the register at EAX. And it's got this value right here. So it's a hexadecimal value. And we can just translate this, because I think they're looking for the decimal base. So let's talk about this command as well before we move on. So DR, if you run it by itself, it retrieves the values in memory, in the memory registers. But you can also run DR with the specific register, and that's going to only retrieve value of one register. Okay, so if we go back here, we did DREAX, and then it has this value over here. If we just run DR by itself, it'll give us all of the registers and their values. So this is a 64-bit binary, so it's got 64-bit registers. All of the 64-bit registers instead of x86 are prepended with the R over here. So we got RAX, RBX, RCX. If this was a 32-bit binary, then it would be, instead of R, it would be E. It would be EAX, EBX, ECX, etc., etc. The interesting thing we need to understand about 64-bit versus 32-bit binaries and their registers is this. Okay, so just get rid of this. So 64-bit versus 32-bit registers. So for example, RAX is a 64-bit register. EAX is a 32-bit register. The other thing we have to understand is that EAX is inside of RAX. So the RAX register also contains the EAX register, and there are other registers as well. So there's an AX register, and there's a, what is it? There's an AL, and there's a AH register. So these are both 8-bit registers, which are inside of the AX register. So this is a 16-bit register. So if we wanted to like visualize this, I think so RAX can contain, let's just say that it contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's got these bytes inside. So each 8-bit register can contain 1 byte. So one 8-bit register can have like one of these characters, for example, 1 or 2. And let's just suppose we're splitting this all up. So RAX can contain this, and that means that that EAX contains just this portion here. So 5, 6, 7, 8, and AX contains just 7 and 8. And AX is split up into 2, so there's the AL, which only contains the letter the number 8, and the AH, which only contains the number 7. So this is how we give some what is it called? Encapsulation. Okay, so Rolnano says, what is the difference between AH and AL? Yeah. So AH is the high bit, or the high byte, I guess, and AL is the low byte, or the low bits. Anyways, so this is what we have to understand when we're dealing with these different sized memory registers. Let's get back to what we were doing before. So over here, at the end of the program, the EAX register contains this value right here. So like we said before, we can use the question mark along with the value, and it'll give us all of the equivalents. So we're looking for the decimal. So decimal is int32. So this is actually the answer we're looking for. So you can wrap it up in the PicoCTF wrapper over here. Then we can go over to the challenge and submit the flag. Okay. So like I said, if there's anything you're a little bit confused about when I'm talking about all this stuff, it's a bit more complicated than what we usually cover. But please let us know in the chat if you've got any questions. So let's move on to GDB Baby Step 3. Okay, so GDB Baby Step 3, let's set it up. So we just need to make a directory for this. GDB baby step 3. So Cypher asks, are we going to be using GDB or just Radare? So we're going to be using Radare because when we start, so reverse engineering is supposed to lead into binary exploitation, and in binary exploitation we're going to be using a lot more of Radare's, a lot more tools that are connected to Radare as opposed to GDB. There are certain limitations in the GDB debugger. Anyways. Let's get the binary. So here's the link. Okay, Aozusa says, I'm loving this. Reverse engineering is my weak area, and your explanations are perfect. So no clue about anything, so everything right now is a learning experience. Thank you very much for explaining constantly. It's fun to watch. Just getting into it because I randomly stumbled on the channel. Yeah, I mean, reverse engineering is it's not super intuitive. There's a lot of stuff to know, but the concept of taking programs apart, it is really fun. Okay, so GX Academy says, sorry if it was already mentioned, but the REX register contains all the registers below it, EAX, AL, L, AL, so yeah, we mentioned that. So RX is 64-bit register, EAX is the 32-bit register, EAX is inside of RAX, also AX is inside of EAX, and AX is made up of AL and AH. So if RAX contains these numbers, then the EAX contains these numbers, the AX contains these ever-increasingly smaller things. Okay, Cypher says, you have to think like a robot to understand it. There's a high learning curve. So I think students in like computer engineering, computer science classes learn this kind of stuff in their first semester. So I didn't learn this stuff in my first semester of computer science classes because I didn't go to school for computer science. It's something I had to learn myself because I'm interested in learning about reverse engineering. Anyways, let's go back. All right, so we've got the binary we're supposed to be taking a look at. It's this one right here. We'll just download it with wget, and then we will make it executable. So from here, we can start investigating the binary using Radare 2. So Radare 2 debug this program. So like all the other times, we're going to be using the AAA command to analyze the binary. And then afterwards, we can run the AFL command to take a look at all the functions. You can also pipe this out into other Linux commands while using Radare, so that's pretty nice. So we got the entry 0. We've got a bunch of other functions. We also have the main function. Most of the time when we're doing these easy reverse engineering challenges, we only need to pay attention to the main function. So we can take a look at it. So we do print disassembly function at main, like we did in the other exercises. And they're looking for something specific. So the challenge description says, now for something a little different. So we got this value here, hex something something, is loaded into memory in the main function. Examine byte-wise the memory that the constant is loaded in by using the GDB command. Well, we're not going to be using a GDB command, but we are going to be taking a look at what is loaded in. So the flag is the 4 bytes that are stored in memory. If you find the bytes here, so byte, what was it? Hexadecimal 11, hexadecimal 22, 3344, then your flag would be this. So this is actually kind of a misleading exercise because I'll explain in a little bit, but there's a reason why this challenge actually has a very low rating. But anyways, let's take a look at what's going on in the binary. So in the web shell, we've got some instructions. So one thing I'll point out right now is that inside of each function, if it was compiled using C, you'll usually see these commands right here. So NBDR64, well, depends on whether or not it's a 32-bit binary or a 64-bit binary. But NBR, and then you'll also see the push command. So these are the first two commands in the function, and the last two functions are going to be pop RBP or pop EBP and RET. These are going to be slightly different depending on if you're dealing with the 32-bit versus the 64-bit binary, but what these commands do is they set up the stack memory for the function, and then they tear down the stack memory before exiting the function. So these are called the function prologue and the function epilogue. So these are two things you'll find in common between most of these functions that were compiled using C language. So the other thing you're going to see is some move commands. Well, I mean, we talked a little bit about what the move commands are. If you have any questions about any of the other commands, I'm happy to answer, but I'm unfortunately I can't sit around and talk about all of the different assembly language instructions because it's going to take a long time. Okay, can we get a quick picture of the stack? Might help me to conceptualize the setup and teardown process better. So the memory stack, every time you call a function, it's going to set up a new section inside of the memory where the function executes. And Moja Up, thank you very much for subscribing a little while ago. Thank you very much. And Matimu Swangs, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. So the memory stack is the part of the program where different variables are moved around during program execution. What we need to understand is that each time a function is called, there's going to be a special place for all the variables that are used by that function, or for all of the I guess you could, do we call them variables, or should we call them values? They're values that are moved around on the memory stack, and as the memory stack is populated, it'll grow up and down, and then after the function is done, it will revert the memory stack back to its original configuration using these last two commands. Okay, Blue Bubble says everything in between is the actual execution. Hello, sir. Mava Duin. Hello, nice to see you. What is up? What is up? So what are we asked to do? So this right over here, this is what we're actually asked to take a look at. So this value here is loaded into EAX. So essentially, all we need to do is we need to figure out what's in EAX after this is loaded in. So we can, just like the last exercise, we can set up a breakpoint at the end of the function to take a look. So here's the memory address of the last instruction. We do db to set up a breakpoint. Hold on. Copy this, paste this in. Okay, so we set up a breakpoint for this point in the program execution. And just call me Steven. Steven, hey, what is up? What is up? Rob Vo asks, what is the difference between the yellow numbers and the blue numbers? So, oh, you mean these? I'm not exactly sure why some of the numbers are yellow in this case. What I do know is that these are the actual instructions that are sent to the CPU. So this on there are three columns, right? So the one on the left-hand side, this is the memory addresses where the instructions are. So the middle column over here, these are the instructions in hexadecimal for these instructions over here. So these are the actual instructions, but the translated instructions, that we can actually read that are in ASM x86 assembly are these over here. I'm not completely sure why some of these... Oh, no. Okay, I get it. I get it. Or at least I thought I got it. I thought they were like alternating between like the colors, so that we can tell which hexadecimal sets are together. Anyways, so we set the breakpoint. We can run the program until the breakpoint is hit with DC. And then we can take a look at what's in the EAX register. So we do, what's it, DR EAX, and we see that this value is in here. So this instruction here loads this value into this variable. So the variable is var4h, and then var4h is moved into the EAX register. So at the end of the program, the EAX register has this value here. The interesting thing is that they're looking for this in reverse order, unfortunately, because they're talking about little endian byte order. So let me copy this. So we're talking about little, or like big versus little endian byte order. So in most x86 compiled binaries, the order in which the bytes are moved into registers is right to left. Whereas we usually like to think of things moving left to right. Okay, so final goal of reverse engineering is to read everything in binary. I guess so. Let's see, GSX Academy says, it seems like the yellow has to do with the memory addresses and the blue has to do with instructions or other stuff. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, because I usually don't pay attention to that portion of the disassembly. So in little endian byte order, if we want the value, like, I don't know, hex AABBCC to, well, or CCDD to go into the register, we need to put it in backwards. That is, hex DD, and then hex CC, and then hex BB, and then hex AA. Guess we can put some zeros in front of there so that we know we're talking about hex. Okay, binary is useful only for bit operation. Using a hexadecimal is a lot better to know than binary. Okay, so in this case, we know that this value is in the EAX register. They want this backwards. So in this case, this becomes hex. Remember that these are separated by every 2 characters. So 6B is a hexadecimal byte, C9 is a hexadecimal byte, 6.2, and then 2.2. So in this case, we put 6B, and then C9, and then 6.2, and then 2.2. And then we need to put the PicoCTF flag wrapper around that, because that's what they want. And this is the answer to our challenge. Okay, so we're just going to go to picoctf, paste in the thing, and we're done. Okay, we've got one more challenge we're going to be covering today, and that's going to be GDB Baby Step 4. This is the URL for the challenge if you want to look for it, and this is the direct link for the binary. Okay, let's go back, exit the program, and let's make one last directory for this challenge. So GDBS4. And we'll just use wget to download the file. After that, make it executable. And then run radar2, r2d, debugger. Okay, so once we're in radar2, as usual, we're going to inspect the binary with the AAA. Thanto says, how can I speak in binary, Mr. Frog? I don't speak in binary. I speak in I speak in English. But I suppose if you really wanted to learn about binary, that's completely fine. You just need to know that everything in binary can be translated to a bunch of other formats as well. Anyways, we've inspected the binary. After that, we can take a look at the functions. So we've got our main function. We've got our... Actually, one interesting thing about this particular challenge is that we're going to be clued into some other functions that we need to take a look at. But before that, let's take a look at what the actual objective is for this challenge. Okay, so Nurel asks, how much did it take for you to get to this level? To this level? I mean, I've been studying cybersecurity stuff for about 5 years. You can probably get to where I am in less time if you study harder. So maybe full-time, maybe like, I'm guessing like from absolute zero, if you do like 3 years of full-time study, you could probably know more than what I know right now. Okay, so Cobra asks, what do you think is the most difficult and annoying thing to deal with reverse engineering overall? So the most annoying thing to deal with in reverse engineering is learning all of the computer science theory in order to understand what the heck is going on. Because if you want to understand reverse engineering, you need to understand things like memory registers. You need to understand how computer memory is organized, as well as not freaking out every time you see a bunch of hexadecimal on the screen. Are you working in cybersecurity too? I'm working in education. So I'm trying to teach people how to, well, different aspects of cybersecurity. So right now I'm teaching reverse engineering. We're going to be moving on to like cloud hacking in just a little bit. I guess the thing that I teach the most on this channel is about web app security concepts. But yeah, I mean, if you want to learn reverse engineering, there's a very, very long list of prerequisites. So let's talk about this very briefly. So reverse engineering. You need to know something about the language that was used to create the program or create the binary. You need to know about x86 assembly. So, I mean, if you're not dealing with x86 programs, you don't need to know about x86 assembly. But if you're dealing with ARM, you need to know ARM assembly. You also need to know about computer architecture and computer memory concepts like memory registers, a bunch of other prerequisites like understanding, what was it? Translation between binary, hex, and decimal numbers. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. It's not for beginners. You can get into it as a beginner, but you're gonna have to learn as you go, or you're gonna have to know about all these things before you start getting into it. Okay, 666 says, can you do with macho binaries that are stripped decrypted without dynamic analysis? I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything more than simple reverse engineering challenges, because I'm currently studying reverse engineering. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to teach people about reverse engineering. Well, I'm trying to learn about reverse engineering by learning enough about the reverse engineering to teach it to people. So GSX Academy says, learning hexadecimal ASM and C would probably be the best way to get good at RE. Okay, reverse engineering plus challenges and learning tools. So I mean, the thing about reverse engineering is that you need to know the thing that was used to create the thing. So if you're talking about x86 assembly or x86 chipset, and you're talking about like C compiled binaries, you need to understand a little bit about all these things. And if you're looking to reverse like mobile programs, you need to understand the program that was used to create those mobile programs, for example, like Java, and how to reverse engineer like that language. It's a bit different from your typical like x86, because they're usually not dealing with x86. They're usually dealing with either ARM or some other like CPU architecture. GXX Academy says that if you want to do RE professionally, it is nearly impossible to get in an entry level. There isn't much money in it to hire a lot of people, and the skill requirements are also huge. I mean, I'd say that typically you don't do reverse engineering as a specialty unless you're really passionate about what you're doing, about like taking programs apart, and you've got a very good foundation or a very good understanding of the programming languages that the programs are created in. Okay, so which desktop are you using? Nano Editor in Windows or Linux? Well, we're using Kali Linux right now. Typically, people don't use Nano when they're using Windows, but thank you very much for asking. So I heard about this fun little program. Well, people said that, people bugged me about using NeoFetch, but NeoFetch is not supported anymore, so there's another program called FastFetch, which is kind of the same. And this gets you your system configuration as well as a fun ASCII. It's a fun ASCII graphic over here. So Sick of Mine says, Stroff trying to make fetch happen. Well, I mean, some people are super passionate about this, but yeah, I kind of understand what you're talking about. Anyways, where were we? Okay, so main calls a function that multiplies EAX by a constant. The flag for this challenge is that constant in decimal base. For example, if the constant you find is hex 1000, then the flag will be picoctf this number right here. So debug this. Okay, so we're in the process of debugging the thing, but it's so fetch. Okay. Anyways, so what are we looking at now? So we should probably take a look at the main function. So like all the other exercises we've done today, we can do PDF to print the disassembly function at the main. So we see some different commands. So we got a bunch of move commands, we've got like a subtract command as well. And what we need to understand is that there's a function call in the middle of near the end of the main function. So there's another function we need to take a look at. Because the main function is using func1, func1, we need to take a look at this as well. So we need to keep our eye out for the multiplication instruction. So inside of, let's see, where were we? So inside of x86 assembly, the instruction that does multiplication is IMUL. So the syntax is usually like imul register value. So that would multiply whatever is in the register by the value. What was it? Multiply the first operand by the second operand. Okay, so if we keep this in mind, then we can go over to this function and we can just print the disassembly function for this function as well. So pdf at sim.func1. So you see it's a pretty small program, or sorry, it's a pretty small function. But the function includes the imul instruction, which is the multiply. So this is what we need to look out for. So imul EAX equals EAX times hexadecimal this thing. So I think what we need to do is this is what we need to find. So what is being multiplied, or the value that is being multiplied by. So we can copy this, we can get the decimal value over here. Okay, do you have a Discord group? Because your notes you're doing are very helpful. Yeah, I mean, we've got a Discord. We also have a Reddit, depending on what you like to do. So I think we're looking for this value right here. Copy that, put it between the picoctf flag wrapper, and this is going to be your answer. Okay, so as usual, if there's anything about what we've been covering here that you have any additional questions about, please ask them in the chat. Try to answer as best we can. Paste it in. It's done. So this was an introduction to examining binaries using the Radare2 disassembler. The next time we do one of these sessions, we're probably going to be doing some experimentation, just taking a look at what different binaries look like when you take a look at them inside of Radare2. So, for example, I've got an extra section over at HackerFrogs. Just a second. Where we talk about, let's see, we got after school, reverse engineering. So what we're doing here is we're trying to understand what C instructions look like when they're translated into x86 assembly instructions. So for example, if we've got like a very simple C program over here, let me just demonstrate this before we finish. So Ichio Venki says, I just finished SQL Advanced. Can you tell me what I need to learn further to learn for ethical hacking and cybersecurity? What typo is that? Which typo? Not too sure what you're referring to. Okay, so let's just pretend we're creating a little C program. It's just it prints out hello world, so I guess we'll call it hello world.c. Okay, so this is all it does. We can save the program, we can compile the program using GCC. So I'll just save this as a program called HW. So if we do this, we now have a program that just does hello world. So run the program, it prints out hello world. But if we know how to identify like how these instructions, the C instructions, translate over to x86 assembly, it's going to be pretty useful. So if we do Radare2 and take a look at hello world, which tool is that? We're using Radare2. So Radare2 is it's a reverse engineering tool. So if we take a look at pdf at main, we see that the entire program is made up of these instructions right here. So it's called Radare 2, R-A-D. And Love Bell, hello, nice to see you here. I didn't notice your first time chat. Interesting color palette matches Triad's frog. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we've got, we're loading something into RAX, so which is this string over here, hello world. So hello world is like a constant variable that's loaded into the RAX register, and then RAX is then loaded into the RDI register, and then we make our system call. So the system call is system puts, and when we make our system call, all the information has to be stored inside of the RDI register. This is just something we can do for like pattern recognition. Okay, Randolph says, would using Ghidra be overkill? I mean, I wouldn't say it's overkill, but we will be taking a look at Ghidra a little bit later. Maybe we might be taking a look at programs using Ghidra in the next session, which is probably going to be next week. But we're finished with the reverse engineering for now. We're going to be doing a lot of these comparisons, just taking a look at very simple programs inside of Radara 2 and Ghidra the next time we cover reverse engineering. But let's go ahead and switch over to the next topic. So the next topic is going to be cloud hacking. We're going to be cloud hacking using PwnedLabs. So PwnedLabs is, well, it's another cybersecurity education platform. We're going to be, all the stuff that we're covering is part of their free tier of challenges. GSX Academy says, I think Cutter is the actual GI built on top of Radare 2. I forget. I think Radare 2 is used by Ghidra, but I could be wrong. I think I heard that at some point. Okay, Josh Lee asks, what kind of danger is web hacking exactly? I mean, web hacking can have all sorts of safety concerns. Okay, Robbo asks, do you have any video or streams about MFA bypass? Multi-factor authentication bypass. I don't think I have any right now. But anyways, we've got an ad running on Twitch, so I'm just going to take a little water break. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. But while the break is going on, you can take a look at these birds. Okay. See you in a bit. Okay, so GSX Academy says, I love your bird cam. Stellar Jays are some of my favorite birds. Yeah, we have a lot of Stellar Jays in the neighborhood. We also have a lot of northern flickers, which are these woodpeckers over here. And then your usual starlings. Your starlings, your finches, and your sparrows. As well as a bunch of crows. I don't really like it when the crows come by the bird feeder, of course, because they eat a lot. Anyways, we'll put the words away, and we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, Joaquin says, hi everybody, hi birds, hello. Academy says, I used to have a lot of jays and hummingbirds in the woods. Now I'm in the city, just a few cats running around through the yard now. Let's see, Ichio Venki says, how often do you do live streams? So I can come back again. Yeah, so we have a schedule over on our Reddit. So every week we publish a new schedule. I haven't published the new schedule yet, but we'll probably have it on like later tonight. This is week 2 of 2026. It's really strange that it's only the second week of 2026. It feels like it's been like a really long time since we entered this year. Anyways, we've got the next week's schedule. It's going to be coming up soon, and then you can take a look at what we're doing over there. Typically, we stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we've got different topics we cover for each one of the live streams. Okay, let's go back. All right, so PwnedLabs. So we're going to be doing a CTF lab talking about AWS security, and I think we're going to be doing execute and identify credential abuse in AWS. So it seems like a pretty fun lab to try. All you need to do is make a free account over at PwnedLabs, and then you can do this along with us. Okay, so Academy says, I love crows. Corvids might be my favorite bird. So smart, they can do puzzle solving and everything. Yeah, they're very cool birds, and they are very, very smart. But unfortunately, sometimes their intelligence can make it a bit annoying to deal with them. Okay, Cypher says, I have a what making duck noises outside? Is it a person? Okay, Dashley asks, I have another question. Does each hacking type, like web app hacking and cloud hacking, require different levels of skill, or does it depend on the structure of what we hack? I mean, I can talk about this briefly. So chat Q&A is over here. So we're talking about different cybersecurity specialties. So typically when we're talking about like your classic cybersecurity categories, you got stuff like cryptography, you've got web app hacking, you got your network hacking, you got your, what is it, digital forensics. And you also have your reverse engineering and your binary hacking. So typically getting into each one of these specialties, there are prerequisites. Some of them are harder than others. Stego, OSINT, I mean, Stego and OSINT, they usually get lumped in with digital forensics. But let's talk about like the difficulty level. Cryptography, to get into modern cryptography, it's actually very difficult. Or like easy, medium, hard. I'd say it's hard to get into cryptography because you need to know some advanced math concepts to get into modern cryptography. Web app hacking, it's relatively easy to get in at the very. There are some very easy to understand web app hacks. Most people understand like how to use the web browser. Network hacking is also pretty easy because a lot of like the early network hacking exercises involve using like it's just running tools. You run the tools, you get the results. Digital forensics, running the digital forensics, it's not so difficult to get into. It's mostly running tools in digital forensics as well, but knowing exactly what you're looking at or what to look for, that makes it a little bit more difficult. Reverse engineering, it's hard to get into reverse engineering. There's a bunch of prerequisites you need to understand to do that, as well as binary hacking. So if you want to like get into a specialty like these, like, you know, web app hacking, like your network hacking exercises, your digital forensics, the barrier to entry is much lower than some of the other categories. Okay, and let's see. Academy says, I love that. I tried to befriend crows, but I didn't have as many near me. Rel Nano says, I would say cryptography will be obsolete in a few years with quantum computers, but who knows? I mean, if we're talking about cryptography and quantum, they say that quantum computers can crack any currently used cryptography, But quantum cryptography, well, I mean, let's not call it quantum cryptography, but it's quantum safe cryptography. Will be able to withstand quantum, what was it, cracking attacks? Basically, if you design a cryptography system with quantum in mind, then you can keep everything safe. The problem is that they're not using quantum cryptography right now, because, I mean, my guess is that quantum safe cryptography is much more of a pain in the butt to use than the cryptography we're currently using. Okay, so Academy says the only problem with getting into forensics is the certifications are super expensive unless your company sponsors it. Look up SANS. I mean, I think digital forensics is a really cool field in cybersecurity. The problem is that I'm not completely sure where your entry-level digital forensics roles are. But aside from that, I think it's pretty cool. So Sephiroth asks, I'm curious about your programming languages. Do you know what's your favorite language? I mean, I'm not a very knowledgeable person as far as like programming languages is concerned. I would say I've got like a basic understanding of Python. Well, let's upgrade that a little bit. I've got a moderate understanding of Python. I can use Python to solve some simple challenges. I've got a very basic understanding of the following languages. So stuff like C, JavaScript, PHP. These are the languages that I've been trying to learn as because I'm trying to learn more about cybersecurity that involves these languages. But mostly, when I do programming, I program in Python. Okay, Academy asks, blue team is way easier to get into than red team, but forensics is high on the end of the blue team. SOC analysts are way easier to get started with. Rel Nano asks, what is blue team and red team? So these are blue team and red team cybersecurity roles. So typically, cybersecurity roles are split up into blue defensive and red offensive roles. So stuff in the blue team roles. So blue includes like roles like security operations centers analysts. You've got your incident responders. And you've got your malware analysts. For red, you got your pen testers. So pen testers can be like, you know, network, web app, cloud, etc., etc. And you got your red teamers. Red teamers are basically pen testers, except they try to emulate like different types of threats. So let's see, you got your pen testers, your red teamers, and your malware or like exploit developers. Okay, so Josh Lee says, I'm aiming to be a pen tester or a red teamer. So generally, people who work on the red team, they spend a lot of time working as regular pen testers first. And then because red teaming is more difficult than pen testing, because pen testing, when you do most pen testing, you're working with the customer, but when you do red teaming stuff, you're usually working without as much assistance from your customer. Okay, so Academy says, look up Paul Jeremy cybersecurity roadmap. I haven't taken a look at this kind of stuff in a while. Let's take a look. Cybersecurity roadmap. It should be one of the first things that comes up. No? Okay. Let's look up the person's name. Paul Jeremy. Oh, so it is this thing from Cisco. No? Okay, this one. That is a really big it's a really big chart. So Academy says if you want to do some pen testing, just do a bunch of CTF stuff at bug bounties and get some certs. Well, I mean, everybody's journey to becoming like any sort of cybersecurity practitioner it's going to be a bit different. Of course, there's some, common threads that you see as well. Anyways, we're doing this exercise here. So turn on the lab to get started. We're going to be doing some cloud hacking. Okay, so cloud, let's see, lab on. So switch it on. And we've got a VPN file that we have to use to access this thing. So this one is called Execute and Identify Credential Abuse in AWS. We need to get access to the platform. So this key is really, really long. What is it called? Execute and Identify Credential Abuse in AWS.ovpn. So we use OpenVPN to get access to the network. Okay, and Schwab asks, do you have any thoughts on Georgia Tech OMSCS program? About to start my first semester. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about that program. So is that a cybersecurity program or a computer science program? Okay, I think I'm going to switch up my music before we continue. How about some of this? Oh, it's a CS program. Yeah, I mean, computer science is one of the typical methods through which people get into cybersecurity. So while they're learning their computer science, they start learning about cybersecurity on different online platforms, stuff like TryHackMe or Hack the Box, or oh, you know what? Pwn College is actually a really good place if you want to eventually get into cybersecurity. Pwn College, Pwn.college. So this is a series of courses that are set up by the University of Arizona Phoenix. This is definitely one of my most recommended platforms to learn about cybersecurity. Unfortunately, I can't cover any of their stuff because they don't want people who do live streams and YouTube videos to cover any of it because, it'll be spoilers for their exercises. Anyways, really, really good stuff. Highly recommended if you want, especially if you want to learn about reverse engineering and binary exploitation. This is the place to go to learn about it. So any college course is going to lack a lot of real-world use. Get the degree, but know that you need to get more. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, school degrees they are very useful, but you need to do some supplemental education on top of that in order to get into cybersecurity. Just the stuff you study in school alone is not going to cut it. Andre Gonzalez says, I was doing it, it's quite difficult, or at least that's what it seemed to me. So, I mean, if it's difficult, you need to get on that level. It might take a while to get up there, but it's one of the best programs. So as far as education is concerned, we have a lot of links if you're looking for education resources on different topics over at HackerFrogs. Pwn College does not like people live streaming their site. Well, they don't. Well, it's not that they don't like them live streaming their site. They don't like them revealing the answers for challenges. So this is HackerFrogs GitHub. So HackerFrogs GitHub is a bunch of links for different cybersecurity topics. So, for example, if you want to learn about cloud security, which is what we're doing right here, we've got some AWS courses and modules, and some for Azure as well. I haven't gotten into Azure yet. I'd like to learn, because I hear that more and more people's Windows Active Directories are, well, they're not being deployed as Active Directory, but they are being deployed as Azure, which is, it's going to become more and more common in the future. Okay, Relnano says school degrees are lacking. They're barely if ever up to date. With a branch like tech, I would say that they only have the basics. I mean, it's very hard to keep your college or university course up to date as far as the tools are concerned. Reynolds says degrees have their place, but you have to keep on doing things to stay current. For example, like CTFs or build a portfolio. I totally agree. So Azure Active Directory is extremely common, but the backlash against Windows 11, it might go down in the future. Yeah, that's another consideration, like real world trends. There might not be as much like Microsoft Windows stuff in the future. Not to say that, it's going away overnight, but maybe like a decade down the road, the landscape might look very different. Okay, so I'm new to GitHub. How do I use that? And what is present inside the topics theory? I don't know how to use GitHub. I mean, GitHub is used as like collaborative software development, but you can also use it as a repository for all sorts of tech topics. So for example, I've got like all sorts of education resources and all of my walkthrough documents and stuff here as well. But GitHub it's a really great place to keep documentation on all sorts of topics. Most of them are tech related. Anyways, Academy says South Korea just banned all Windows in the government and replaced them with Linux. That's wow. Implementing that, it must have hurt a lot. Okay, Schwab says, thank you, what do I do? Hopefully I'll be able to catch next stream. Yeah, we're here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so hopefully you can come by. Anyways, let's do this. So we got HL Storage General, we got an S3 bucket we can then investigate, suitable for a CTF approach. Okay, so we got a link for the storage bucket. So for each one of these challenges, we need to read the scenario to understand what exactly is going on. So during your routine audit for huge logistics, you've come across an unsecured S3 bucket. Your task for the day, dive into the bucket's contents and scrutinize it. If you stumble upon any sensitive data, document them and use them as pivots to understand the broader security posture of huge logistics cloud environment. Your goal is to determine the risk exposure of this open bucket and gain access to other connected systems. Okay, so lab requirements, basic Linux command line knowledge, learning outcomes, S3 bucket enumeration, leveraging tools to automate IAM permissions enumeration, DynamoDB enumeration and data exfiltration, password hash identification and cracking with Jumbo John. Jumbo John? I know John, but why is he Jumbo now? Okay, Thantos says, it's not that hard, only took me 3 months to learn almost all the basics. To be fair, I am a freeloader. I mean, don't pay for stuff if you don't need to pay for the stuff. There's lots of free materials out there if you want to learn about any topic in particular. Okay, Blue Bubble says, download your own Git appliance locally and run it. It's excellent for auditing, saving, and reversing. Forge Joe is what I use. I mean, I don't know about that, but thank you very much for the recommendation. Use Vim macros to automate data manipulation. Credential stuffing brute force attacks against AWS consoles. Detect online brute force attacks using CloudTrail. Detect compromised IAM users using Amazon Athena. Gain an understanding of how this attack chain could have been prevented. Oh, I think this might be a little bit too difficult for what I was looking for. I was looking for an easier level challenge. Just a second. Let me go back. I mean, the topic seems really cool. It's just that I was looking for something a little bit easier. Okay, let's go back to my dashboard. Okay, it's GitHub, basically, but locally. I think I've done at least one challenge that involved, like, hacking against Git. Okay, so we've done some of these challenges. Assume privileged role with external ID. Actually, this might be fun, too. Okay, let's try this one, then. Okay, so if you want to try this along with us, this is the link. We need to download the VPN file. Let's do that. What's the name of the key that we downloaded? Oh, it didn't download yet. Let's try it again. So for beginners of CS, I love to recommend CS 50 by Firebird's free courses on CS. It's free. I mean, that's our favorite price. Let me try reloading the page. Download VPN file. Okay, so assume privilege role with external ID. Okay, let's copy that. So we just need to switch out the OpenVPN keys. Alright, and let's start the challenge. So we got an entry point that we need to scan, so it's this IP address right here. If you do this lab yourself, the IP address is going to be different. So let's take a look. So Huge Logistics, a global force in logistics and shipping industry, has reached out to your firm for a comprehensive security evaluation spanning both their on-premises and cloud setups. Aerial reconnaissance has pointed at an IP address, which is part of their digital footprint. Your mission is clear. Use this IP as your entry point, navigate laterally through their system, and determine potential areas of impact. This isn't just a test of their defenses, but a test of your skill to find weak spots in their vast network. Time to dive in and uncover what lies beneath. Okay, so learning outcomes. Using FFUF to fuzz web server files, familiarity with AWS CLI, using AWS Enumerator to automate permission enumeration, enumerating and extracting secrets from the AWS Secrets Manager, enumerating IAM users' roles and policies using AWS CLI, assuming a role that requires an external ID, obtaining AWS keys from an AWS console session. Hopefully we're able to do this. I've been learning a lot of stuff from PwnedLabs. Most of the time I don't know the required steps to be able to finish these labs, because most of the AWS exercises I've done have been very basic. Thanto says, even in Try Hack Me I got rickrolled. I mean, people do like to do that, don't they? Okay, so real-world context. Scenario starts with an exposed configuration files on web servers, which is a common real-world security issue. Okay, so I guess what we need to do now is we need to get started with the IP address. So we got the IP address here. We can do some scanning against it. So we're not reverse engineering anymore. Now we're Nmap scanning. So when we do an Nmap scan against a server, we typically like to figure out what open ports and services are on the machine, as well as a service information or version information for each one of those services. I think we need to give this a special command. Okay, so we discovered port 80 open. And so the server that we're dealing with right here, this is an EC2 server. So EC2 servers are Amazon Web Service, like deployable computers or deployable like servers that you can host your stuff on. So this is it's a pretty standard component of Amazon, like AWS, as well as like S3 buckets and stuff like that. So we got port 80 open on this device, and I guess from here we can do a little bit of web enumeration. So we can grab the IP address, then we can use like a tool like GoBuster. And we can try to figure out if there are any directories or endpoints we can check out. So we can give some file extensions, stuff like txt, php, html, zip, back files, all sorts of great stuff. And then we can try to figure out if we can find anything. Huh. Hold on. Timeout occurred during the request. Let's try to run curl on this. Because we're not getting, it doesn't look like we're getting a response. So we found port 80, but we weren't able to find anything else so far. Let's try it one more time. Oh, you know what? No, I mean, this is HTTP. This is on port 80, so it should be unencrypted. Try to open up on a browser. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Let's try. So HTTP, this IP address. Okay, so this is what we're expecting. So it's like a logistics company webpage. So let's try doing the web enumeration. So GoBuster directory. Okay, so it is working now. I don't know what was happening with it earlier, but... Okay, we got index.html. I think there was a pretty major hint as to what kind of file we're looking for over here. So it started talking about like a JSON file. Oh, we should be looking for JSON files too. Okay, so we'll just add the JSON extension to the end of this. Okay, perhaps source. Yeah, maybe. It's aesthetic. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So we're finding some web pages, some directories. We can also take a look at the source code for the website. So the other thing that tips you off typically to like an AWS deployment is that the images are going to be hosted in like an S3 bucket. Okay, so we got this image here. I mean, we could pick any one of these images. Like up here. So the images, they're hosted on the site. So they're not hosted like on an S3 bucket, so we can't go and start looking for that. Not right now anyways. Okay, let's see. Ichivenki says, not able to install or add applications in the desktop of Kali Linux. Do you have any suggestions or solutions, like where to install? are you using your own Kali Linux machine or somebody else's? I mean, usually when you... Okay, so we got our config.json file here. So this is exactly what we're looking for. Okay, we probably don't need to look further. But typically when you're using like a Kali Linux machine, you have access to the root account. So typically, let's talk about it a little bit. So using Kali Linux, if you have access to the default user, Kali, you should be able to install software on the system. Okay, I want to use it with GUI. I mean, generally, when you use Linux, you use the terminal to install programs. Okay, which program do you want to install? Ichio Venki? Let me know. Maybe I can do a little bit of tech support for you. Okay, so we were told about the config.json. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, so we got we've got all sorts of fun stuff here. So we got an endpoint s3.amazon.aws.com, and interesting. So I think what we want to do is we just want to get the raw JSON file. We can access it with curl. Okay, so this is it. Okay, we'll just save this out to a file. We'll call it config.json. Paste in all this stuff. So what we need to understand about this is that there's we can actually break into this account because we're given all of this information. So we got our access key, or a secret access key, our region, and we also have a bucket to take a look at. Okay, you want to use apps like ChatGPT, general apps. Well, I mean, typically what you would do is, if you're looking at like ChatGPT in particular, ChatGPT Linux install or Linux app. Okay, so I mean, ChatGPT should be able to tell you how to do this too. So are you talking about the desktop application? So let's see, look for official desktop apps from OpenAI. And then you can give like a command, so sudo snap install ChatGPT. I mean, we're not using snap in this case because we're talking about Kali Linux, of course. But do some searching around. You should be able to get the instructions. Okay, so unknown was me. So I want to learn about cybersecurity, but I know I can't. I'm too dumb to know and remember. I don't think that's the case. You don't need to be a genius to do cybersecurity. You just need to be able to study and learn. Okay, so access key ID, secret access key. I'm just going to keep this in another window while I configure this. Let's just go over here. Launch new instance. Okay, so we're looking in the tmp-hf directory. Oh, it's not in here? Where did I put it? HW maybe? Where did I put that? Oh, I didn't save it out yet. Okay. You need a tiling manager. Maybe. Anyways, what were we talking about? Let's see. The biggest tool is note-taking. I think anybody can learn cybersecurity as long as you're willing to take good notes. Take good notes and be patient and be passionate about what you're learning. Because there's nothing worse than studying something that you're not interested in. So the first thing is figuring out if cybersecurity is actually something that interests you. If you only want to get into cybersecurity because you heard you can make a lot of money doing cybersecurity and it actually is not very interesting to you, don't get into cybersecurity. Okay, so let's do AWS CLI or AWS Configure. And we're going to call this one, we're going to have to give it a specific profile name. So, Harshvard, hello, nice to see you here. I used to make small notes of a few methods you use in CTF. Like I do to other CTF solvers, I was able to do 7 Pico CTFs on my own yesterday. Hey, that's great. Yeah, I mean, definitely take a lot of good notes whenever you're doing exercises, so that you're able to learn from the experience after it's done. Okay, so what was the name of this exercise? It's called Assume Privileged Role. Okay. So I guess we'll just call this profile like Assume Role. Okay, so from here we can give ourselves some a different configuration for AWS. So this is the access key. This is the secret access key. This is the default region name. And the default output, we'll just use the regular output. We're also given like a bucket name, so we might be able to take a look at this. Actually, we may be able to take a look at this inside of S3 AWS whatever, right? Hold on. I think what we want to use is we want to use this as a subdomain. Okay, Josh Lee says, I feel like cybersecurity is a lot of learning. It is a lot of learning. I personally find it struggling, and note-taking is my best strength. In all, if I can't find a connection or a way to remember, then it's lost. I mean, that's why you need to write this stuff down. Like, I forget. I've learned so much over the past few years doing cybersecurity. If I wasn't keeping notes, I wouldn't be able to look up what I've done before. The most important thing is not that you can remember everything. The most important thing is that you're able to look up how to do something that you've done before, or like look up how to do something that you've never done before. It's all about the ability to search. Okay, let's see if we can take a look at anything in here. So huge logistics. Okay, XML file does not appear to have any style information, so it's access denied. So access denied, that's fine. This confirms that the bucket exists. Google Foo is the top tool. Obsidian is really good. I mean, whatever note-taking like method you use, just choose the best one for you. I mean, I use GitHub, but GitHub is probably not everybody's favorite way of taking notes. Ichyavensky asks, what basics do I need to complete to understand reverse engineering or whatever you're doing? I would say that the first thing you want to do, for people who are trying to get into cybersecurity without like a tech background, try the starter pack. So this is just a bunch of like YouTube video playlists, but they'll get you up to speed if you don't really know like anything about tech. Okay, Robvo says, what is a bucket? So buckets are basically like file share locations inside of Amazon AWS. So S3 is like super simple something. Super simple server that you can use to host like files. So they're basically little repositories of files that where you can keep your files inside of AWS. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the gist. So these buckets are not publicly accessible, but that's fine. We've got another authenticated way that we can use over here. Like an API? You can access it through the API. You could think of it like an API endpoint. It's basically like a file repository. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Joaquin Cures. Thank you. Okay, so now that we've got our configuration here, I think we can do some enumeration. So I've built out a little like guide for doing Amazon AWS like security stuff. Where is it? HackerFrogs AfterSchool Cloud Hacking. Okay, we got setup, we got starting enumeration. This is a document I'm going to be using. Good one for Harshvard says, good one for reverse engineering is RE4B, or reverse engineering for beginners. Teaches basic ASM in it before RE. Yeah, I haven't heard about that one. Let me look it up real quick. Reverse engineering's for beginners book, beginners.re. Okay. Oh, is this free? I mean, we love free. Download it. To access it, you need to get a username password. Oh, okay. Sorry, there are no other payment methods. Okay, so you need to pay for the thing, and then they'll give you a username and password. But yeah, check this out. I'm happy to help. Where are we? Ah, right. We're going to do some enumeration using AWS. Let me try closing out some of these tabs because I've got way too many of them open. Not using this stuff. If you're interested in buying the game that I was playing earlier, here's the Steam store for it. Okay, so we've got like, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to solve this in 17 minutes. We'll see how far we can get. Okay, so let's see. So standard enumeration steps are AWS STS get caller identity. So this will tell us who we are. So profile is assume role. Okay, Randolph says, what was that secure HTTP that you were connected to the bucket? Jason said something about port 443. So port 443 is... Okay, so our user ID is this. Our username is databot. So let's keep track of this. and you said something about port 443. So port 443 means that it's going to be operating over HTTPS, and that matches up with the endpoint over here, which is an HTTPS page. So that's what that's the connection right there. And I see here that we've got some other stuff as well. So let's see, authorization URL. We've got some tokens that we can potentially use to log in, maybe? I've never really used these before, so this is going to be some new stuff for me. Where are we running our CLI? Hold on. Here. Okay, so let's rename this tab. We'll call it AWS CLI. Okay, so we are the databot user, so we need to figure out some other stuff. So I'm enumerating S3 buckets, enumerating SNS, API gateways, IAM. So we could try some of this. So AWS IAM list users, or like list roles, some other good stuff. So we can't do list users. We probably can't do a bunch of other stuff. But the important thing is that we try it anyways. List roles. We can't list the roles. How about list groups? We might not be able to list the groups either. Okay, we can't list groups either. What can we do? Let's see. So list groups, get group, list attached group priorities. So we've got user permissions. This command lets you know what permissions you have in general policies. So list attached user policy, username, my name. So I think our username is like databot. Can I get your GitHub link? I will install it today. What was our... So our username is databot. My GitHub, it's this one over here. So list attached user policies, username, my name. So we're kind of running out of stuff to do. So get user policy, get attached user policies. We don't have any attached user policies. There's no identity-based policy that allows this. So the other thing we could do is we could try to see if our user has the ability to take a look at the S3 buckets. Okay, so AWS S3. For assume role. So let's try this one right here. Okay, access denied. So access denied here. So no sign request. And we can try getting rid of this. So we still have access denied. So S3 ls. Can we do like list all buckets or list all my buckets? What was that command? I had to look it up in my little guide, just a second. So S3 buckets, S3 API list buckets. Okay, have you got Patreon? I don't have Patreon. If you want to support, you can do a membership on YouTube. You can sign up for a subscription on Twitch. Anything's fine. No Patreon for me, unfortunately. Maybe one day. So I get to list all my buckets. Sad. Let's go to S3 in particular. So enumerate bucket ACL, access control list. So S3 API, get bucket ACL, bucket name. We also have bucket policies we can take a look at. So we just need to get the bucket name to run this. Bucket name should be this one. Okay, so this is not a valid bucket name. So I guess we need to just strip off this portion. No identity-based policy allows S3 get bucket ACL actions. So we can't do this. We don't have permissions. Okay. So enumerate the bucket access control list. Enumerate bucket policies. So get bucket policy. This is the last thing we can try before we need to go and get ourselves educated. So get bucket policy. Okay, can't do it, permission denied. Okay, well, I'm not too sure what else we could, what other poking around we could do. Unless we're supposed to provide our credentials, but I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to learn how to do that. Okay, so we're talking about the real-world context where the JSON config file was leaked out. So they talk about using Nmap to do enumeration, so we did that already. We discovered the web page. And let's see. So we used GoBuster. They're using FFUF in this case. Okay, they discovered the JSON file. And then they use the AWS configure tool to configure their profile. So this reveals that I am user data bot in the AWS account. Okay, let's try listing the contents of the root directory with the AWS S3 command. So AWS S3 ls. So why were we not able to do this? Hold on. So, okay. I think we needed to strip this out. We need to strip out the first part. Not do the no sign request. Okay, so this is how we get access to the bucket. And Sil, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? So we got a bunch of these CSV files. So we can try downloading these all, because it looks like these are individual files and not like directory names. So how do we do like a mass copy, or like copy the entire directory? I need to look this up. So let's see. AWS S3 copy all files in folder. What do we got? So copy all files within a folder using the AWS S3 copy command. You must use the -- recursive flag. So we would run the same command, except it's CP per copy, and then -- recursive. Okay, let's give this a try. Looks like we need to provide more stuff. Okay, so copy path into local folder, and then S3 destination folder, and then recursive. So we need to provide a local folder, like this. Invalid argument type. So current folder still doesn't like that. So path to local folder, S3, your bucket name, destination folder. If you want the files to go to the root of the bucket, oh no, this is the opposite. Copying an S3 folder to your local machine, this is what we want. So it's going to be S3, your bucket name, and then path of local destination. Okay, so we got it reversed. So it's S3, this thing, and we copy it to our current directory. So this works. Okay, good. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we do a little break. And let's hang out with the birds. Here you go. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking. So we got all these CSV files. So these are supposed to be logs. I mean, I guess what we could do is we could just grep for some important information. Let's just take a look at any one of these logs to see what kind of information we've got inside of them. Okay, we got customer orders. I wonder if there's anything else. So aside from customer orders, is there anything else in here that we need to pay attention to? So grep v, grep r, -e pattern in the current directory. We're not going to look for the word order. Maybe there's something else in one of these files. So grep v, what do we got? Oh. Okay, well... nothing we can really use here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube at Filmon Gear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So I wonder if there's anything really interesting in all these logs. Cat log star. So it's just a bunch of like customer orders and like random what looks like, I don't know, random alphanumeric strings. Notes, yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, I mean, this is sensitive customer information, but let's read on a little bit more about what's actually going on here. Okay, so we found all this stuff. So this is successful. You see a lot of transaction files that contain approved customer orders, but otherwise nothing interesting from a security perspective. So we copied it all. So we can use the AWS enumerator tool to automate the process of enumerating our permissions against AWS services. Okay, so I've never used this tool before. It sounds like a pretty fun thing to try. So AWS enumerator, huh? those are my notes. That's correct. That's correct. Okay, so we got a tool that we can use, AWS enumerator. We'll try copying the GitHub repository. So git clone this thing. Okay, so how do we run this thing? I guess we need to install it. So the tool is in the beta stage. Install. So if you have Go installed and configured, I don't know if I have Go installed and configured. So if I type in Go, I do have Go installed. Okay, so we might be able to install this. So if you have Go installed and configured, go path bin in your path, go path bin. Go get you GitHub this thing and then install it. Well, we can give it a try. Great, we're installing the thing. Okay, the next command is going to be this one. Go get and then go install. Still downloading the stuff. Guess we'll be ready in just a little bit. But I guess in the meantime, while we're waiting for this thing to come back, we can read about it. So basic usage, credential setup. To set up credentials, you can use the cred subcommand and supply credentials. Okay. It creates an env file which is loaded to global variables each time you call each enum command. This is taking a long time to finish. Okay, if you set these values, let's see, in global variables manually before running the tool, it will not be able to load the AWS credentials specified in the env file. It can't overwrite global variables. Okay, enumeration. Abel, hey, what is up? What is up? It's been a while. How's it going? Happy New Year. So to enumerate all the services, you should use the enum subcommand and supply all values. Enum, AWS enumerator, enum services all. I mean, this is probably the way you want to do it instead of doing it manually all the time. But did we manage to download everything? I don't think we did. Hold on. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Ugis, thank you very much. And welcome to the team. Yeah, the go command didn't finish. So download GitHub, AWS, this stuff over here. Okay, so this is in like a separate directory. Where'd I put it? I could have sworn I put in here. Hold on, what directory am I in? So temp HF AWS enumerator. Oh, here it is. Okay, we've got all this. I can't tell if we completed the command here or not, because it seems to be stuck. Okay, so let's go ahead and I need to keep track of my time. I'll put like 2 hours on the clock. I would like to finish this lab today, because I am learning some new stuff. But it seems like this go command is stuck. Hold on. PS. Go get. Yeah, it's still running. Should I just run the command again? Pink Armor, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's get out of here. We'll give the... I need to have some water. Just a second. Okay, and let's see. Randolph says, was stuck at learning. Hello, Mr. Hackerman. What you up to? Hakakura, hello. What is up? We're just installing some tools. Then we can get on with the hacking. Gurinder Singh, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, this seems to be stuck. That's weird. Should I just delete everything? So this whole directory, maybe we can just start fresh. rm r AWS enumerator. Yeah, delete everything. Okay, and then we'll just make a new directory for the tool. And then we'll use that go command. Go mod file not found in current directory or any parent directory. Go get is no longer supported outside a module. To build and install command, use go install with the version. So go install something something. Okay. So install. Go install this thing. Okay, so let's see. Dan says, what's the difference between CompTIA Tech Plus and A Plus? I've never heard of Tech Plus. Is that new? And thank you very much, Lahiru and DJ High Alert, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so this thing's going to be running. Let me look this up real quick. So, Dan Dan's asked, what's the difference between Tech Plus and A Plus? Okay, and Zay Fen Tharath, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. I'm subbed, I'm just starting to learn coding this year. Awesome, awesome. It's like an updated version of the ITF Plus. So it's like CompTIA Tech Plus. Okay, so it's a new entry-level certification replacing ITF Plus for anybody exploring an IT career. I mean, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to answer this question because I don't know about the Tech Plus or the what was it? ITF Plus. I've only ever learned about A Plus. Okay, so it, well, it seems like it's still going. That's good. Who knew that this was such a heavy tool that you have to sit around and download all this stuff? Jeez. And that's me, DJ High Alert. Awesome, awesome. I guess we can just wait for this to run its course, and then we can start using the tool. So if anybody's wondering what I'm doing this lab from PwnedLabs. It's well, it's cloud security. So AWS cloud security, there's actually a lot of demand for people to test AWS, because AWS is integrated into a lot of web applications these days. And if you can do a lot of cloud testing, you're pretty much, you'll be in demand, because everybody is looking for people to test web apps, and most web apps have cloud integration. Okay, it's done. Is it done? How can we test? So credential setup, AWS enumerator, so that's the name of the tool. Ah, the tool is not here. What's it called? Okay, can't find it. How about we just use a good old find command? Okay, I think we found it. So it's in here. So the Shy Hat Go Bin AWS enumerator. Let's give this a try. Okay, so cred enum. So I mean, we need to save the AWS credentials. Okay, so we run the thing with enum, and then we need to provide a bunch of arguments. So AWS enumerator cred, and then all this stuff. Okay, great. Thank you very much, JSAP, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So it's not enum, but cred. So we just need to supply the actual credentials. Let's go ahead and get those. Okay, so our credentials are here. So the access key, let's just get that first. this one. Paste it in. So the region is US East 1, and the secret access key, we're just gonna slide it on in over here. Okay, file env with AWS credentials was created in current folder. So, current folder. Okay, great. So I don't think we need this window open anymore. So we can run the tool. So AWS enumerator enum services all. I mean, enum services all. It seems like a pretty sweet way to do it. Let's give it a try. Okay, I'm not too sure how to interpret this stuff. I guess we'll just let the tool run. And I guess we can go over to the walkthrough and it'll tell us all about this stuff. Okay, so we just ran the thing, enum services all, great. So digging in with AWS enumerator, we're able to see that we have the secrets manager's list secrets permission. Secrets manager list secrets permission. So dump services secrets manager. So where does it tell us this? So I guess this tool takes quite a while to run. Oh, you know what? We did get something here. So successful secrets manager, which is, well, I mean, it's the only thing that we actually returned. Everything else is returning 0. I guess we'll be able to see exactly what that means in just a moment. Okay, we'll just... It does take a while, huh? So digging in with the AWS enumerator, we see that we have the secrets manager list secrets permission. And then we just use dump AWS enumerator dump services secrets manager. I mean, we can just run this. So AWS enumerator dump services service secrets manager. I guess we need to use the word services instead. Okay, so it's services, not service. List secrets. So from here, it's... So we can use the AWS CLI to list the huge logistics secrets, returning the secret name, description, and ARN. So AWS Secrets Manager list secrets, query, secrets list, name, description, ARN, output JSON. Okay, let's give it a try. We also need to provide a profile name in this case. Okay, so what do we got? So employee database admin, admin access to MySQL employee database, employee database access to MySQL employee database. So this is admin access. This is regular access. So EXT cost optimization allows external partner to access cost optimization user and huge logistic resources. So I'm pretty sure this is what we're looking for, because they mentioned something about using an external account to do enumeration. BRB babysitting at the moment. Definitely take care of your real world needs. Thank you very much. Okay, so Tad1 asks, isn't this how Target got hit? I don't know, maybe. Were they using insecure AWS stuff? So let's see. Attempting to retrieve the secret value fails for all secrets except for cost optimization. So how do we look for the secrets? So this is the list, right? So it's secret manager get secrets value. This is probably something I want to add to my guide as well, because it seems like a pretty important thing. Profile. Okay, so secrets manager get secret value. Secret ID is ext cost optimization. You also have billing, and we've got like employee database admin. I know it was an external company that had access to Target's database, and they pivoted to the credit card database, something along those lines. It's endlessly fascinating how security configurations can go wrong. Okay, so we got an actual password here. So the password is keep our costs optimized. We got another username. Okay, so I mean we can copy this. We probably want to record this, of course. We'll call it secret. Secret.txt. Okay, good. Randolph says, this seems like something that one wouldn't know unless they did it a few times. Well, I mean, you need to know how to use the tools, and generally, if you're doing security testing like this, you only ever get a good sense of doing the tasks after doing the tasks a few times. So this is what you want to do as a person who's studying cybersecurity. You want to expose yourself to new techniques and new technologies. And then you want to find as many scenarios as possible that use the same kind of techniques and tools. Eventually, you'll be able to do it without looking at a guide. That's the goal. I want to say that's like a refrigerant company that handles HVAC. Oh, you mean the Target hack? Yeah, that sounds kind of familiar. Okay, so attempting to retrieve the secret value fails for all these secrets. We gain the credentials for ext cost user, keep our costs optimized. So how do we use these? So recall that the AWS account ID from our previous user, we can go into the AWS console. Ah, okay. So we actually need to use the web app here. So we need our account ID, the IAM user, and the password. Okay, so let's see, AWS console. So AWS console mobile application. Well, I mean, I don't want the mobile application. AWS console login. 10-1 says the best way to learn cybersecurity is to find something new and run your head into the wall until you figure it out. That's, I mean, that's tough. So we're going to try to sign into the management console. Okay, so what do we have? So account ID or alias. So we've got our account ID. Which, let's see, it's like AWS STS get caller identity. So this is the account number right here. So we can plug this in, and then we can provide the username. So the username is ext cost user, and the password is this one right here. Okay, sign in. Okay, so now we're signed in as this user. Okay, like installing my 5070 Ti drivers on Linux, that took 2 days. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. I guess we can use the Cloud Shell? Maybe? Because we got a terminal here. Huh. Can we make this bigger? I don't know if we can. Who am I? Cloud Shell user. And we've got a lot of stuff here. Oh man. What do we even look for here? Creds.json, this could be interesting. There's nothing there. Let's see, body submit, AWS. We got some config files. We also have vim info over here. cat.viminfo. .aws credentials. So there might be some good stuff in there. Get creds. See, oh, there's a get creds script. You're right. Cat get creds. Okay, so do we just run the do we just run the script? Okay, we're running the script. See what happens now. Amazon Linux 2023 repository. Okay, so we got these are the temporary credentials. Paste them in your shell. Let's grab this. So the last thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to use the credentials. Okay, so I think we can just go to our own session over here. We'll just call this like the temp AWS creds. Okay, and then we do these 3 commands. This is going to export this stuff, and then we can use AWS CLI from here. Ted1 says, I got to be up at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Happy hacking. Good night, all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming by, Ted1. Much appreciated. And Giselle Kalimpong. Hello, nice to see you here. What's up? So AWS, STS, get caller identity to see who we are. Okay, we're the EXT cost user. So now we've got access to a new account. So where can I start learning about cloud pen testing? You can start learning about cloud pen testing over on this site right here. So this is PwnedLabs. They've got paid stuff on there, but there's a lot of like cloud hacking stuff you can learn here completely for free. And Fawn Bradley, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we got access as the new user, so I guess we can do the enumeration with this user as well. So what was the name of the tool again? So AWS Enumerator. Okay. So I guess in this case, we can just provide this right here, right? the AWS access key and the secret access key. So the access key is this one. Paste this stuff in. Okay, the region is going to be the same, but the secret access key is going to be over here. I wonder if we also need to provide the session token. I'll try giving the session token. Maybe we don't need it, but maybe we do. Flags, AWS session token, secret key, access key. Okay. So did I spell something wrong? AWS session token. Specify AWS session token for the wanted account. Oh, I misspelled the word token. Darn it. Darn it. Okay. So everybody remember, if you can't spell, you can't hack. And if you can't hack, you're very sad. So make sure to spell everything correctly. Okay, so env file with AWS credentials was created in current folder. cat.env. Okay, good. Okay, so we should be able to use the tool now. So it's like enum services all. I guess I can't thack then, of course. Okay, so we're just looking for anything that might have the number, well, a number that's not 0 when we do our enumeration here. We got, what, DynamoDB? So I've never used DynamoDB before. I'm not sure if this is something specific to AWS, but I guess I get to learn. So DynamoDB, aside from that, I don't see any other numbers popping up. So let's do a little bit of reading. Okay, so we did this part, we did this part. We get the AWS CLI credentials from the console. Okay, we did that. So okay, so after setting the keys using AWS configure and the token, we confirm that the IAM user with the command is this, ext cost user. So after setting the AWS enumerator credentials with this, we run enumerating enum services. This isn't successful. I mean, we found something. Let's see if we have permissions to list any policies directly attached to our user. So let's see, policy name, ext cloud shell, and we also have ext policy test. So we got 2 different policies here. Okay, let's dig in. Okay, so where are we? So we did our enumeration here. It's funny that they didn't mention this other stuff that we found here, like STS and there was another one for, what was it? Anyways. Oops. So this one right here. So we're the ext cost user. So the other thing we can do is, what was it? IAM list user policies. So the name of our user is ext cost user. And we can't run that. So list user policies or list list attached user policies. So that's the other command. We are able to get these. So there's two policies called ext cloud shell, ext policy test. We can dig into these. It's like get policy, get user policy. Policy name, ext cloud shell, okay, that's not the syntax. Let's figure out what the syntax is. So I am get policy. Oh, we need to provide the policy ARN. Okay. So it's called get policy. Policy ARN is up here. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, so we can't... Do we need to specify our username with this? So AWS IAM get policy, policy ARN, this thing. We're running this exact command. Let me copy this to see if it's any different. What was... Wait, what? Oh, this isn't for Cloud Shell, this is for policy test. So policy test returns true, but if we try the Cloud Shell one, we don't get it back. So Cloud Shell, let me try this one more time. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's just replace the ARN for the Cloud Shell one. So this one says we can't get it. Yeah, we can't get that one, but we can get this one. So policy test. So I'm actually not really sure. Can we... So do we attach this to ourselves? Is this what we're supposed to do? Okay, so we can retrieve the policy document as below. This reveals a variety of AWS permissions that allow third-party cost optimization partners and us to confirm the policies in place for their IAM users, and a role named External Cost Optimize Access. So do we need to run another command to dig further into this? So IAM get policy version for ext policy test. It's pretty deep. This is a pretty deep rabbit hole. Jeez. Okay. So let's see. Statement allow get role, get policy version, get policy, get user policy, list attached role policies and user policies, get role policy for these resources. So our user, ext cost user, policy payment, the role external cost optimize access. So I think this is what we need to assume. We need to assume this role because that's the name of the lab. Anyways, before we move on, let me start up some new music. So how do we assume the role? So examining the role, we found that our current user is trusted to assume it and has access to whatever privilege is assigned. So IAM get role, role name. Man, cloud Cloud security is it's so complicated. Okay, so what does this role do? And Modawe has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the subscription. Okay, so let's see. Allow principal, ext cost user, assume role, allow trusted AWS cost optimization partner to access huge logistics resources. What else do we have? So access the resources. So is it just, does it just let us access everything? So listen to policies attached to this role. We can see a policy named payment. So there's list attached role policies, external comp. Okay. Let's. Security token included in the request is expired. Okay, we need to update our token because we were only given like 15 minutes. We need to run this thing again. Okay. Do it again. And then maybe we can run the command. Security token is invalid. Wait, did we get the same one that we got before? So this ends with I equal sign. Let's try this one more time. Let's echo it out. Okay. Huh, so this token is not valid anymore. How can we get a fresh one? Let's look back. So if we take a look at the guide that we were following, it's way back here. So we can try to get AWS CLI credentials from the console using commands below. Let's see, token equals. I mean, how do we know to use this command though? I guess you have to know then, I guess. Token equals. Well, we'll give it a try. Run get creds again. We tried running the get creds script again, but it didn't seem to. The credentials didn't seem to work. Okay, so. So the access key ID and the secret access key might be different. I need to look those up real quick. Okay, so Asia XSQW. These are different. Oh, okay. I can't... So the access key ID and the secret access key ID are different as well. So we need to use them all as a set. I guess I'm exporting all this other stuff again. So the other one's like secret access key, whatever. Okay, and the last one is... Oh no! You need to spell the word secret correctly. Okay, and the last one is the secret access token. Oh, this isn't a temporary token though. The one that I got was temporary, but this one isn't. I don't know. Okay, so secret access token equals this. So secret access key, we got secret access token. We get AWS session token. Maybe... Uh-oh. This is supposed to be called AWS access key ID. Okay. So at AWS access key ID is... This should be correct. So WM. Okay. The next one is AWS secret access key. AWS secret access key and AWS access token, AWS session token. Okay, let me get that session token. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Michael Morales. Thank you. Okay. All right, and then maybe we can run our commands again. Okay, we're back in business. Awesome. Hopefully we can finish this in the next 15 minutes, so I don't have to get my credentials again. So let's speedrun this thing. Okay, so we got the payment role. So attach policies, policy name, payment, policy ARN. We need to look up this policy. All right. XR says next 15 minutes got to reconfigure another tool. Jody says my first ever bug bounty. I found AWS credentials in a file. I thought that was neat. I mean, these things are floating around when people aren't keeping secrets correctly. Okay, so we got our So we got our policy information here. We need to look up this particular version of the document, which is done over here. PvPwee, hello, nice to see you here. Very cool. I've been motivated to learn how to hack after seeing bug bounties and stuff. So interesting. Looks very satisfying. I mean, when it when it comes together, yes. Sometimes during the research process, it's not as fun. But okay. So let's see. Visual editor allow. Visual editor allow. Secrets manager. So we got more secrets that we can get. Okay, however, attempting to assume the role isn't successful, so we can try to assume the role of the external cost optimized access, but this fails. Well, I mean, nothing prevents us from trying. Any tips on where to start? I'm going to try and find a beginner-friendly way. We're wondering about operating system and whatnot too. I mean, most people who learn about like cybersecurity stuff, they usually use Kali Linux because it's a version of Linux with a bunch of security tools already installed on it, which means they don't have to spend a lot of time installing their tools. Some people have an issue with Kali Linux because it's filled with a bunch of tools that you may or may not be using, but it's a pretty solid choice for people learning cybersecurity, in my opinion. I've got a YouTube video talking about how to install it on your system, if you want to take a look. Okay, so access denied. So this user is not authorized to perform STS assume role. Okay, great. So looking at back at the trust policy for the role, we see a condition that we must provide the external ID when assuming the role. So STS external ID equals this. So the AWS CLI supports an optional external ID parameter, which is not possible in the AWS console when switching to a role. So we just need to provide the external ID parameter. Is that it? Sanjay says, are you a hacker? Am I a hacker? Well, I mean, it depends on your definition of hacker, I suppose. Okay, so we need to give this number here, copy it. So does this mean we can assume the role? Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we just need to provide the new session token stuff. So this stuff is, well, it's a bit of a pain in the butt, but I guess we can define it. So credentials, access key ID, secret access key, and then session token. Well, this is going to expire pretty soon. So let's see. I guess we can supply the session token first. Okay, Thanto says, why is the temporary directory always used? So I use the temporary directory because I don't want to keep any of the stuff after I'm done with this particular session. And that's how I keep it clean. So it's like key ID, right? Access key ID? Okay, so it's access key ID. Oh, I shouldn't have. Oh man. export AWS what was it called again? Access key. Okay, so access key ID, we need to change this to this one. And the last one we have to change is the AWS secret something something. Export. Secret access key. That's one long AWS key if you ask me. Yep. Sanjay Kumar says, I'm learning C++. Yeah, C++ is it's a good way to go if you want to, well, especially if you want to learn about binary hacking and reverse engineering. I'm not too sure what your particular goals are. If you let me know, maybe I can give you some recommendations. Okay, so key ID here, and then we can run our standard commands. So AWS STS, what is it called? It's not assume role, it's get caller identity. So we just need to confirm that we've switched over to another user. So we are now the external cost optimized access role. Okay, we get the AWS credentials for the role, and then we're this user. Great. Let's get the payment card details in the flag pwned. So AWS secret manager, get secret value, secret ID billing, default payment. Okay, Randolph says, do you work in cybersecurity industry? If yes, what got you recommended? Well, I mean, I don't currently work in a cybersecurity role. I did, but I'm now concentrating on doing cybersecurity education. Thank you very much for subscribing, Dutch Lenal. Hello, nice to see you here. But I did previously work as a web security tester. Okay, so the flag is here. What I really need to do is I need to go in and I need to take some pretty serious notes after I finish this, because oh boy, we were introduced to a lot of different concepts in this lab. So I would say that the quality of education on PwnedLabs is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not. It's pretty. There's a lot of different techniques, even in these easy labs. Jesus. Okay, so Xanto says, maybe I might start learning Perl. I don't think it is necessary. I already know Python and Bash. Perl. I don't know if you need to necessarily learn a lot about Perl. Every once in a while, you are gonna like use Perl to run like a command or two, but I don't think you need to learn Perl. It's not a very popular language. Thank you very much for subscribing, Naga Sudhir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're done here. Great. We've got about an hour left that we can use to do some other hacking. Jeez. That was a whole ordeal. This AWS exercise seemed pretty in-depth. Yeah, for sure. I wholeheartedly agree. Okay, we're going to be moving on to another platform. So we're done with PwnedLabs for now. But I'm going to keep this open because I'm going to be taking notes on this later. Just slide these over to the side. So this AWS stuff, just get rid of it right now. Thank you very much, User X00, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, Management Console done. done, and I probably want to shut down the lab just to be polite. Okay, so let's see. Thank you very much for subscribing, Murillo Ribeiro. Thank you, thank you. Sanjay asks, teach me coding? Teach you coding. I mean, we do teach like Python every once in a while, but we're not really doing that right now. I can give you some learning resources if you want to learn Python. We have a lot of different free education resources. Yeah, these labs are, well, I mean, most of the things that we recommend on HackerFrogs are completely free. Because, well, you shouldn't have to pay for... You shouldn't have to pay if you don't need to learn about cybersecurity. I'm here to help people find free resources that they can learn from. So anyways, programming. Follow the link over here. And we've got a bunch of different, well, it's mostly Python because the most popular language for learning, most popular language in most cybersecurity roles is going to be Python. Of course, different roles are going to use different programming languages, but Python is a very good first language to learn if you've never learned programming before. Anyways, what are we doing now? So we're taking a look at this. We're taking a look at this website right here. It's called StandOff365.com. This is a Russian CTF platform. W3 Schools is best if you ask me. So, I mean, I am interested in discovering a lot of different resources from different countries. I've found resources from Germany, from Italy, from Spain, and this one is a big Russian one. Anyways, we're doing this multi-target network called the Bootcamp. CJ Webster Design says, I started coding at 43 and I'm 50 now. I have my own freelancing business and I build apps. I use Python every day with CSV files for a race car parts e-commerce site. It's never too late to learn. I mean, I'm pretty similar to you, CJ Web Design, because I started learning cybersecurity concepts right after my 40th birthday. So we're kind of in a similar boat. But welcome in, and happy to see you here. Okay, so if you want to try this out yourself after you've created an account, you can access these particular labs. This is called the Bootcamp. We got a bunch of potential vulnerabilities we can check out. So we see here, so let's see, remote code execution on library.edu.stf. We've written a lot of notes on each one of these machines. So this is going to be much more familiar to me than the AWS stuff that we were doing before. Let's call this the research tab now. Danto says, starting young does have its own advantages though. I mean, we can't deny that if you start young, you probably going to be able to go farther. So I think it's in the write-ups directory, Bootcamp. Okay, so we've written a lot of notes on these machines. Okay, Sanjay says you create malware. I don't. Don't accuse me of something like that. I don't create malware. That's a crazy statement. Anyways, okay, so we receive here, there's going to be some sort of remote code execution on library.edu.stf. So there's a bunch of different machines on here that we've been taking notes on. So library.edu.stf, running WordPress, app able to upload PNG files. So this is all we've got for it so far. So we were told that there is some sort of RCE on this particular box. Okay, Julio, have you ever tried Solidity security testing for smart contracts? No, I've never really done any smart contract hacking. I hear that you can make a lot of money by doing bug bounty on smart contracts. I've never really investigated it though. Okay, so Siddharth says, can you tell me some free resources to learn ethical hacking, or any YouTube channel? So I mean, this YouTube channel here. We've got all sorts of free resources. Here's the link. And Haxer Lemur, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we're told that there is some sort of RCE on the system. Reported RCE on this target. So let's go ahead and find it. So the target is library.edu.stf. We're not connected right now, so we need to connect via VPN key. Here we go. Okay, and they're looking for a username and password. What was the Russian CTF website that you were talking about? I think I left a link pretty recently. It's called StandOff365. This is the link. Producer Billionaire, gonna subscribe to you. Thank you very much. Oh yeah. If you haven't pressed the like button on the live stream, go ahead and do that. It helps a lot. Thank you. Okay, so remote code execution. Okay, we need to log in. I need to get my credentials from my password manager. Just a second. Okay, Perry V News says, can you make rats? Rats? You're talking about remote access Trojans? I've never had a need to create that kind of malware before. I have created like, you know, reverse shell executables. It's not exactly the same thing. Okay, Producer Billionaire says, do you prefer try hack me or hack the box? I mostly use hack the box because I mostly use try hack me because hack the box is not super friendly as far as like free content and streaming is concerned. And I specialize in free content that I can share with people. Okay, so username and password, let me copy that. So my name is The Shy Hat. The password, grab that, paste it in. Okay, and now we're in. Thanks a lot. Consider me a new subscriber. Thank you. Much appreciated. GamerYT says, could you download any bash file, then generate a binary from the file, then reverse engineer that file in Practical? That's what's called reverse engineering? Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, we've got a Discord server. Discord is here, Reddit is here, depending on what you like. But yeah, I mean, you could download any like bash binary and then start taking a look at the code inside of it using reverse engineering. That's the big specialty that we were taking a look at today. Okay, so we're connected now, so we should be able to access the library endpoint, library.edu.stf. Let's give it a go. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Eduardo Vinicius? Vinicia, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but hello, nice to see you. Okay, so this is corporate library, rules for using the library, okay? So, So the library endpoint... Oh, okay. This is just a file manager. I mean, if we've got a file manager here, we could probably... just upload a malicious file and then get remote code execution. File upload RCE. I mean, it seems pretty open and shut. So this is what we're going to do. So we're just going to create a little web shell that we can execute. Let's call this the shy hat webshell.php. We'll call it the shy hat.php. The thing what we're doing here. Okay, we'll also identify ourselves as a user. So user the shy hat.php. This is a shared environment, and when you're working with shared environments, you need to make sure that you're not getting in the way of other users. Version? I mean, I'm not too sure what version of web server software is being used, or like the application. Okay, how can I speak to you on Discord? You can try sending like a private message. Like I said, this is the Discord server here. Okay, so we'll create this file, and then we'll try uploading it. Ooh, there's a lot of weird stuff here. Let's delete every one of these CSV files, because we're not using them anymore. Okay, so we'll just upload this target. So we're looking at index.php. We can put this in the uploads directory as well. It's probably the better way to do it. So I'll put it in... Can we make a new directory? How about books? Classic books, programming books. How about programming books? So we got all this stuff, and we'll try to upload files, select files. Okay, so user the shyhat.php. So let's say unable to upload. User the shyhat.php, file type not allowed, application xphp. So, okay, Teti, don't video call me on Discord. You can send like messages, like you can send text messages. That's fine. Please don't video call me. Okay, Randolph says, easy, open, and shut makes for a quick hack, better than AWS. Well, I mean, this is supposed to be a little bit easier. Okay, so we can't upload this particular file extension. We need to figure out which file extensions we can upload. So I guess with that said, I mean, everything is completely unauthenticated. Okay, Mohammed says, stop the music, please. Is the music really that distracting? Okay, Siddharth says, can you make an in-depth and clear video on how to install Kali Linux on Windows using virtual machines? I've got exactly that video. Here, I'll share it with you in just a sec. You know what I should really do? I should turn it into like a command I can do. It's this video right here. So Thantos says, how do you generate those thick thumbnails, those sick thumbnails for your stream, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, that's all like, what is it called again? DALL-E? I mean, I've got a subscription to ChatGPT. I can generate images. It does take a bit of time to write out the correct prompt, but it's all like the AI creating that art. Okay, let's go back. So we're using Burp Suite now. And we need to open up the Burp Suite browser. Okay, so in the Burp Suite browser, we can try to access the library endpoint or the library server here. So the reason why we're using a different browser is that this browser is connected to Burp Suite. And Burp Suite is a web security tool that records all of the web traffic that goes between the browser and the proxy tool. Well, the browser and the server with the proxy in the middle. Okay, so let's try that again. Go to Uploads, Books, Programming Books, and then try to upload the malicious shell. Okay, it says unable to upload, but we can take a look at the request in the HTTP history down here. Huh. That's kind of weird. I expected it to be a post request. Wait, did we make any post requests? No, we didn't make any post requests. These were all GET requests. I guess what we need to do first is we need to do successful upload first. Okay, Producer Billionaire says, do you prefer Foxy Proxy or the built-in Burp Suite browser? So I prefer to use the built-in Burp Suite browser to use Burp Suite because, well, it's much easier. It's much easier to use than configuring your own Foxy Proxy. So I guess they're looking for PDF files. So let me see if I can identify like a legitimate one. Okay, we got a bunch of PDF files. We just need to find one that's like super small. And grep it out. Okay, so example image PDF, sure. Let's copy that file over here. Permission denied. Oh, hold on. We need to copy it. And then let's try uploading the thing. Okay. Unable to upload file, example image b.pdf, file type not allowed. So we can't upload PDFs either. Okay, this is getting more and more curious. Anyways, let's make a test file, like a text file. HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. We'll call it hackerfrogs.txt, and we'll just upload this thing, or at least we'll try. Okay, so we can't upload TXT files. So TXT files are also not allowed. Okay, well, I mean, we're kind of running out of stuff that we could try. How about some, like, image files, so JPEGs or PNGs? Okay, Theo, hey, hello, nice to see you here. I think it's the wrong extension. Everything else is PDF. We tried PDF already, but PDF doesn't seem to be working. Anyways, everybody, did you know that Theo is a Twitch streamer who does cybersecurity content? Let me go ahead and give Theo a shout out. There you go. Okay, so, So we'll try uploading some image files. So here's a JPEG file, and we'll try like a PNG file as well. Where's my PNG file? Here it is. But Theo, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing so late at night? You live on the East Coast. It must be like super late. It's almost 8 o'clock here, but it's almost 11 o'clock where Theo is. Okay, we'll try uploading these things. Hopefully one of them works. Okay, we'll try the PNG. Okay, the PNG worked. That's great. CJ Web Design says, I haven't made a Twitch account. About 11 p.m. here caught me. I'm playing Arc Raiders. Yeah? Are you winning, son? Not that I should be calling you son, but... Okay, so we should have like a post request. So a post request actually went through. Great. So we have a post request. We've got our web content. Okay, good. So we can use this request and we can start doing some fuzzing. So we'll put it in the repeater first. What we need to do is we need to figure out how this is, how this is doing its filtering. Thank you very much, Satyaki Das, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Barely winning, but fun. Well, I mean, if you're having fun, it doesn't really matter if you're winning or not. Okay, so was that an actual PDF or a PNG masquerading as a PDF? So that was an actual PNG. So PDF is not allowed, but PNG is. I'm not too sure why. But we need to figure out how this is figuring out what we're uploading. So let's, so this is the repeater here. We're gonna see if we can give this a different file extension and if it still works. So send this. So it says added. Warning error upload file. Huh. So it says warning removed. It's because, oh, okay, it's because it doesn't have the word PNG, the extension PNG in it. So if we go over here and we reload the page, it probably got rid of our file. Yeah, so that file's not there. Okay, let's go back. Let's give it a double-barreled extension. So let's do it as png.txt and see if this works. I think it's based on the header. We can do a few different experiments. So added. Okay, so the double-barreled file extension didn't work. Hey, what are we working on? What is Reality Zero? Hello, nice to see you here. We're currently working on like a file upload attack. We're working on a file upload attack, and we're trying to figure out what filters the web server is giving us right now. So it's a warm day in January for Ohio. Thank you very much for subscribing, Grey Hot. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but welcome into the stream. Okay, let's put on some new music, because our StarCraft music is finished. Okay, how about some Dungeon of the Endless? Theo says, it's a nice break in the weather, I don't like it. Winter should be winter. Winter should be winter. Okay, so double-barreled file extensions didn't work. So, I mean, if we're not able to upload a file with the correct file extension, we're not going to be able to get this to work. So it's looking for image PNG. So the file name, we can upload it. Will there be a sock day? Will there be a sock day? I mean, I'm not too sure if I have one planned anytime soon. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. When ads run on Twitch, we'll run one on YouTube. But you know what? This is my favorite bird video. So everybody enjoy these birds. They're my favorite. And we'll be back in about 50 seconds. But enjoy the birds and the music. See you in a minute. But yeah, if anybody's wondering what kind of birds these are fledgling Steller's jays. So Steller's jays are a bird you only see on the west coast, or the western half of North America. The eastern half of North America gets the much more well-known blue jay. But these are, well, I mean, they're some of my favorite birds. We'll put them away, we'll get back to the hacking. Get your butt out of the water? I mean, the birds don't know better. Yep, we got blue jays. Okay, so we can't double barrel any of this stuff. So it has to have the PNG. So is owner false? We managed to successfully upload it. We just need to figure out how we can slip something past. I guess we could try different file extensions. Okay, so we'll save this as a file. So copy the file. We'll call this request.txt. Then we'll run it through using a tool like FFUF. Okay, Cyber says, gonna subscribe to you. Thank you very much. And Saidania, hello, nice to see you here. What platform is this laboratory? So we're using what was it called? This is called StandOff365, and apparently it's a very popular Russian CTF platform. It's got its own convention and everything, its own conference. CJ Web Design says, my wife feeds the birds every morning for winter. They come up to the windows if the seeds are gone. Randolph says, by double barrel, you mean stuff a file of one type under a second extension? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So sometimes you can do example.png, and PNG is what they're looking for, but you can also sneak another extension on there. So .png.php, which means this would be treated as a PHP file, but there's also like PNG in there in case they're looking for it. Try nullbyte. Okay, James asks, how cold is it outside? How cold is it outside? Let me check the weather. Just a sec. It is 5 degrees. 5 degrees Celsius. What is it in Fahrenheit? That's 41 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what we've got going on. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at that request. Oh, we didn't save it out? I could have sworn we saved it. Okay. Copy the file. Oh, this is the wrong directory. Okay. Requests.txt. Okay, and we can go in. We can edit this. Shorts weather, of course. Jishan Kumar, so what are we learning here? So we're currently trying to figure out something for a file upload attack. We need to see if we can provide a different file extension. So we're just gonna fuzz over here. And what we need to do is we need to get ourselves a list of PHP, what is it called? PHP compatible file extensions. We'll give it a try. So let's see. Where's my GitHub? Here it is. And CJ Web Design has become a member. Wow, thank you very much, CJ Web Design. Very much appreciated. HackerFrog Silver, thank you. You know what, everyone? So keep an eye out on your YouTube feed. Every once in a while, I send messages to everybody on the HackerFrogs membership on YouTube. Okay, so what are we looking for? I think we're looking for CTF documents. And we're looking for some scripts for web hacking. And let's see, upload extension. Darn it, I could have sworn. I included like a list. I keep on having to make this list every time. Okay, let's go back into ChatGPT. What are we looking for? Please give me a list of PHP compatible. Wow, this is really slow. File extensions without a prepended dot. and make sure it's extensive. Okay, what is Reality Zero? Do you have a day job? Well, I'm trying to make content creation work right now, and I'm also trying to start up my my nonprofit. That's what I'm up to in 2026. I guess we can wait for this to come back in just a second, and then, you know, we're going to try to do a fuzzing attack to figure out if any of these extensions are going to work. In the meantime, I could have sworn I had that list sitting around somewhere. Word lists? Oh, okay, it's in the word lists. So PHP extensions. Okay, so this is actually what I'm looking for. Okay, I've got a membership with Claude. Who's better at coding, ChatGPT or Claude? Probably Claude. I've heard a lot of people say that Claude is better at coding stuff. Let's see. So we're going to copy that. Just create a copy of this word list. PHP extensions.txt. Okay. And then we can run ffuf. So ffuf is going to use the request file. We need to use the word list, PHP extensions. Okay. So, what's going on here? These all come back status 200. Sometime, well, I mean, we probably want to filter on words. Filter words 1. Okay, so it looks like nothing's going through. Okay, what is Reality Zero says, if you're learning to code, please don't use AI. Well, I mean, that's kind of tough. I'd say that AI does help when you're learning to code if you're trying to get it to explain concepts, not if you're trying to get it to write wholesale code, especially if you're not attempting to understand what the code is doing. I say that you can use AI as an assistant when you're learning to code, but you can't use it to just do your homework for you. You need to be a little bit more sophisticated about it. Okay, so Randolph says, I haven't used Claude. I use whatever Perplexity runs. Perplexity, I'm pretty sure it uses a bunch of different engines. Okay, S-Metric says, stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin the beat and image that you're used to. Beat and image? What are you talking about? Let's see. What is Reality says, AI helps to bootstrap and explain. Old people things, jeez. Okay, so, I mean, it looks like none of these went through. Let me take a look at the application. We'll reload the page. Yeah, so the only thing that's here is the PNG. So somebody recommended that we try to upload it with a null byte. We could give it a try. Okay, so go back in here, change the file name to, what is the null byte is like a %00, right? So png.php %00. We'll try sending this. So it says added and then removed. Okay, so appending the null byte didn't seem to work. So what other fun file upload attack filter bypasses could we try? I think there's like a number of different guides. File upload, attack, filter, bypass. Permissions, of course. Okay, so let's see. Upload form threats explained. So file uploads. Actually, this is probably going to be a good resource right here. So file upload vulnerabilities. Let's take a look at a few of the common ones. Okay, unrestricted web shells. Flawed validation. Okay, so let's see. Birla, can you do the Facebook bug? Can you do the Facebook bug? I did not know there was a Facebook bug. I mean, if there's a Facebook bug, then if you can demonstrate a Facebook bug and it actually gets you like significant access to Facebook, the Facebook application, you can probably make like $1 million. So if I knew the Facebook bug, I would be getting that $1 million and not and not sharing it with everybody for free. Okay, so content type restriction bypass. So the content header matches an expected MIME type. I mean, we are essentially doing this right now. It gets me Zuck's emails, of course. Could you find the web server version and see if they're... Oh, that's true. That's true. It might be like the software itself. The software itself might be vulnerable. Let's take a look. I mean, this is WordPress. So let's see, WP content. Okay, these folders are empty. So the uploads folders here, they're not. The other, oh, index.php. So index.php, we might be able to get something from this. So let's try downloading it. Download. Okay, so index.php, well, it's index 1. We can try to analyze the code. This thing right here. So this might have all of the, what is it called? Uh-oh. Okay, Zaddy Zuck, jeez. I have WordPress open right now, of course. Well, I mean, WordPress is, it's very popular. So silence is golden. What can we do with this? Okay, so this is index.php. Can we... Okay. This redirects us over here. Thank you very much for subscribing, Ken, on YouTube. Thank you very much. As well as Frank XYZ, thank you very much. And My Journal on Planet Earth. And Raul Omar Cadena Pereda. Thank you very much for your subscriptions. I didn't see your I didn't see the notifications earlier. I'm sorry about that. But welcome in, guys. All right. So silence is golden, huh? So this is index.php. Index.php redirects. So there's also the library directory. And the library directory has this. So this is the web application. Okay, default says here it's 1 a.m. Oh, Brazilian. Okay, okay. What time is it there? So here it's 8:13 p.m. Magic number for bypass filter extension with text editor. Claretto, hello, nice to see you here. Magic number bypass. Well, I mean, we're already using the magic number. We're just trying to figure out if we can get like other file extensions to upload. So our magic bytes are over here. So default, no worries, no worries. I'm here to chat with everybody. What is reality says? Are you in the States? No, I'm in Canada. I'm part of the Vancouver cybersecurity community. Okay, so this is the library endpoint. Can I access index.php? Okay, so index.php redirects me to this page. SpongeBob asks, hey, what language is this? What language? Well, I mean, we're dealing with PHP applications, so I guess we're dealing with PHP. Counter mission official says, hopefully he doesn't, like, hack me. No, I wouldn't hack my viewers. That's not very friendly. SpongeBob OG says, I'm new, just learning Python. Yeah, Python's a great language, introductory language to, well, it's a good first language. A lot of people really enjoy it. And a lot of people use Python. Elvo, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we can't upload anything but PNGs. Maybe we can try accessing this file directly. So this is uploads. Oh, this is in the WP content directory. This isn't... Okay. So it's going to be WP content. Okay, so WP content, it gives me a blank page. That's fine. So from here, we can try to figure out what the... Oh, okay. So WP content / uploads / books. WP content / uploads. Oops, that's not how you spell it. Uploads / books / programming books / example image 1 × 1 × 1.png. Okay, so we can access this directly. Are you booking for RCE? Yeah, we're looking for RCE. Yeah. Thank you very much for subscribing, Zero and Stardust and Chamanjeet Singh on YouTube. Thank you very much. SpongeBob, you can redeem, so exclamation point redeem and then space and then the name of the item. Okay, default says, lately I've been studying English more and it's great to understand what you're saying. Well, thank you that I'm here to talk about cybersecurity and hacking and all that good stuff. Counter mission official says pointers and memory allocation. Sorry, I didn't get that. Let's see. Lucky SpongeBob says I decided to go headfirst into C first. Well, I mean, if you enjoy C, then yeah, why not learn it? Okay, SpongeBob says, by the way, I wanted to ask, what is Web 3? Web 3? Or Web Dev? Is it better than, is it full stack? Well, I mean, Web 3 is a pretty recent development. So there's Web 1, there's Web 2. Let's see if we can get, like, the Wikipedia page. concept of World Wide Web based on public blockchains. It's an idea for a new iteration of the World Wide Web, incorporates concepts such as decentralization and blockchain technologies. I mean, I guess Web3 is like cryptocurrency stuff. Not that it's super popular or anything. Aside from specifically in, like, you know, cryptocurrency. What is centralization? So centralization is... Oh, what is decentralization? Decentralized web is a network of independent computers that provide secure, censorship-resistant access to information and services without relying on central servers or clouds, using decentralized computing. It's not exactly a concept I'm super up-to-date with, because it's not, well, it's not something I really need to study to get into security. So what are you trying to hack? What are you trying to hack? Well, I mean, we've been talking about this. We've got a web application here that allows file uploads. But we need to figure out how we can find a way to either upload the type of files that we want, which are like PHP files that we can use for remote code execution, or find a way to download other things. Okay, so Raphael asks, BlackArch Linux versus Kali Linux versus Parrot OS. Do you do live practicals daily? Live practicals? I mean, I do demonstrations. I do lessons. Today we were talking about reverse engineering. Live practicals, I'm not sure. I've got, well, I mean, you're watching the YouTube channel right now, and on the YouTube channel, we usually publish a few videos a week that talk about easy cybersecurity challenges. You might want to give it a try. But BlackArch Linux versus Kali Linux versus Parrot OS. I mean, we can chat about that for just a little bit. Which cybersecurity Linux distro? Kali Linux versus Parrot OS versus BlackArch. My vote is for Kali Linux, and the reason why is because everyone uses it. And because everybody uses it, if something goes wrong, there's a lot more, what is the word? There's a lot more support for people who have something that goes wrong with Kali Linux over Parrot OS, which is less popular, and BlackArch, where if you ask questions about BlackArch going wrong, they'll say get better, or get good, scrub, or whatever. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Waking Bad Tarot says, where's the hex dump? Nishal Ramal says, hey, hello, nice to see you here. SpongeBob says, okay now, see ya, bye, soon. What are we talking about? But if you're leaving, then yeah, hope you have a good rest. Okay. If anybody else has an opinion on which cybersecurity Linux distro you should be using, let us know. Maybe we can have a lively debate. Salam Walaikum. I'm not too sure what that word means. What language is that? Okay, let's go back. So we have our PHP, well, no. We have our PNG file here. So sometimes a server will execute PNG file, well, it'll execute all files as PHP files. I'm not too sure if this is one of those applications. We could give it a try. Okay, Ash Op says, how do we start learning reverse engineering? Oh, that's Arabic. I didn't know. So Ash OP asks about how do you start learning reverse engineering? I've got some education resources. How do you start learning reverse engineering? So, I mean, what I recommend is that you study a couple of programming languages, very specific programming languages, to start your journey into reverse engineering. Those would be x86 assembly, because most of the time when you're doing easy reverse engineering challenges, you're dealing with x86 compiled binaries. x86 is a very popular chipset. And the other language to learn is C, because a lot of those easy reverse engineering challenges, they're C compiled binaries. So C compiled binaries as well as x86 assembly. So this is what you would learn. And I've got, oh, you know what? Pwn College. So Pwn College is probably the best resource for learning about reverse engineering. But take a look at the resources over there. Okay, let's continue. So what we can do is we can adjust our payload over here to try to include some PHP code. So let me we'll just get rid of everything here. This isn't guaranteed to work. But we'll just get rid of everything up in here, and then we'll include some PHP code. So the PHP code, it's going to be your typical short form PHP web shell. Nick asks how to hack my crush's heart. I mean, I don't know about that. Learn some social engineering, maybe. Ken PDX says reverse engineering is best learned by going to a good engineering school and then doing the curriculum backwards. That makes a lot of sense, Ken PDX. Nishal says, I was a cybersecurity student currently learning offensive security. Let's see. Got interested in exploit dev right now. Okay. Which one should I prioritize and do right now? Get OSCP and all that, or watch reverse engineering and exploit stuff, and or where was I stuck? I mean, Nishal, you have to ask yourself what kind of job you want to get inside of cybersecurity, because well, I mean, it really depends on your goals. So what you're training at and what kind of certifications you're getting, all that other good stuff, it all has to like contribute to your overall goal. And if your overall goal is to, become like a pen tester, then that's going to be a very different path than if you want to become like an exploit developer, because the training's very different. Okay, so there's our web shell. Let's see if we'll give this a different name. Call it like example .png. Okay, we'll send it, see if it works. Okay, this worked. I mean, just because it got uploaded doesn't necessarily mean... What was the file called again? It's called example.png, okay. Okay, so this came back as a broken PNG. Okay, default says Is it just me, or do you think it's funny to hack your neighbor's Wi-Fi just for fun? I mean, I don't think it's funny to hack your neighbor's Wi-Fi. I don't condone pulling pranks on people. But you do you. Streamlabs says, thank you very much for subscribing, Ketut Agassia on YouTube. Thank you very much. What is Reality says, I'm gonna go. Hope you the best. I greatly appreciate what you're trying to, what you do. Catch you next time. Well, see you next time. What is Reality Zero? And hope you have a good rest. Museum Moraine says, how do you figure out what to do in programming? I try to start a project, but my mind goes blank. I can do the basics, but I get stuck on complex things. I mean, here's the thing. I do a bit of programming here and there, but I've never really done any really large projects. What I would say is you have to start with a goal in mind. You start with the goal in mind, and then, well, I mean, let's write it out. And keep in mind, I'm not a programmer. So how to plan out and complete a big program. So start with the goal in mind, and then sketch out what large functions, parts the program is composed of. So you're probably better off like figuring out how to implement the major functions in your program, like piece by piece. So start with one simple function, move on to another one, or maybe one that requires the first, then move on from there. I'm not really a person you should be taking. You shouldn't take this advice too seriously. I'm not a person who does programming inside of like large code bases. Wrench says, try CodeCraft for project-based learning. They have courses on building projects, hands-on learning, learning to code. Xchronic says, just plain Arch. Just plain Arch. I mean, here's the thing about cybersecurity and security tools. You can install security tools on whatever Linux distro you want. The only advantage, or the major advantage, of security distros is prepackaged software. Okay, CJ Web Design says, it's getting late and I'm about to end for the night. I look forward to learning from your experience. Thank you, CJ Web Design. And well, I mean, you know, you can certainly use Arch Linux to do security stuff. Nobody's stopping you. You can install any program on any Linux. It's just that it can be a bit of a pain in the butt to get it working. But that's the great thing about Linux, is that it's completely modular. Let's move on. Okay, so obviously, oh, not obviously, but we weren't able to get our PNG file to run PHP code. That's kind of like it's a pretty serious misconfiguration that I've seen a couple of times, but I guess that wasn't the case. Okay, I'm just in AUR stan. What does AUR stand for in this case? Thank you very much for subscribing, Dofan, on YouTube. Thank you. And also, thank you very much, Devillino Aprex, and Ketut Agastia. Thank you very much for the subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you. Oh, the Arch user repository. Oh, okay. You know, I've actually been meaning to try out Arch Linux myself. Maybe we'll do like a stream where I try to get an Arch Linux system working. I'm unironically saying this. I wanted to actually give it a try to see if it, well, A, to see if I can get it done, and B, to see if there are some real benefits to using Arch Linux. Vanto says, learning Linux through tutorials is for kids. Giga Chads. Build their own Linux distro based on Debian or Ubuntu, and then using live building for fun. Trust me, I've seen someone do this for like 1 week. Let's see. Xchronic says I've been daily driving Arch for like 2 years now. I love it. And Randolph says Black Arch. Randolph, have you used Black Arch before, or this is just something that you've heard a lot about? Okay, so we need to find out what else we could do to bypass this file upload filter. So flawed file type validation. Okay. Preventing file execution in user-accessible directories. While it's clearly better to prevent dangerous file types from being uploaded in the first place, the second line of defense is to stop the server from executing any scripts that do slip through the net. So, I mean, here's the problem. The problem is that they do a check on the server side after we upload. Let me demonstrate. So if we give the file extension something like .png.php and we try to upload it, then it says added, and then it gives us a warning, and then it removes the file. So text.php. Oh, that's weird. Why does it detect this as text.php? Because what we send is content type image PNG. Okay. So Xchronic says Black Arch is no longer maintained. Randolph Stokes says I've used it 2 times as part of an assignment. Thanto says I installed Gen 2 a year ago and failed. We'll never touch that distro ever again. I mean, there are popular distributions and there are not so popular distributions. I mean, it used to be that Ubuntu was like a really popular distribution. Let's talk about this for a sec. Linux distros, distro popularity. It used to be that Ubuntu was like the go-to Linux for beginners, but it turns out it seems like the new one that people are getting excited about is Linux Mint. Okay, Lucas asks, is this a lab? If yes, from where? Yeah, let me, Lucas, hello, nice to see you here. Let me give you the URL for the lab that we're using. So this is called StandOff365.com. So Cache OS with KDE, Cache OS. I've never heard of that, but welcome in. I can't read your name, but I'm sure you are a fine fellow. So what other file upload bypass techniques could we try? So web shell upload via path traversal. So insufficient deny listing of dangerous file types, okay. Overriding server configuration. Web config files. Nice Tamang. Hello, nice to see you here. You could try adding a null byte. Did you already do that? So the null byte, you can customize nano. I mean, I don't know if this is customized or not. I don't think so. So let me, what was the word? Let me confirm. So adding null byte for file upload. So the null byte is like the %00, right? Or is it something else? Let me confirm. Like null byte file upload PyPass. And Hagov ThinkPad, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so file path traversal, validation, and file execution with null byte injection. Used to bypass sanity filtering, checking filters in web infrastructure by adding URL encoded null byte characters. So what is null byte injection? Let's take a look at this. So it is %00. So it can trick the system into reading this thing instead of the user photo. So how would we use this for a file upload? So PHP PNG. Oh, yeah. Let me give that a try, Lucas. Okay, so it's going to be PNG %00 .php. Okay, we'll try sending this. Oh no, I got caught. So file.php PNG. Oh no. We need to reverse the order. Okay, never mind. So example PNG null byte PNG. Let's try that again. It worked. Okay, let me confirm. So example.php should have been uploaded. Okay, let's check it out. So this is in what directory? WB content / uploads / books / programming books / example.php. Could not be found. Uh-oh. Let's go back. Uploads, books, programming books. Okay, so it got uploaded exactly as example PHP PNG. Can we open this? Okay, so it says cannot be displayed because it contains errors. All right. Let's get that file path. Okay, and then cannot be displayed. Example PNG over there. I mean, we also created one called just PNG. Let's see if we can. It says %00. Okay, so this is not found. Not found. Let's go back to the application. Okay, so we got PNG, PNG, PNG. Example.php, nullbyte, PNG. So we do the nullbyte here, and maybe we put in our nope, doesn't seem to work, unfortunately. Okay, what do you need to upload to solve the challenge? I think what we need to do is we just need to get ourselves some RCE. So RCE could be, it could be like the web shell, or it could be something else. But anyways, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna need to end my stream pretty soon because it's getting a bit late. But we're gonna be back on Monday. So we do a stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We haven't uploaded the schedule yet for next week, but yeah, it should be uploaded sometime in the next few hours. But in the meantime, we could take a look for some people who are doing InfoSec streaming over at this website right over here. So infosecstreams.com, it has a list of different people who are doing InfoSec streaming content, whether that's Twitch or YouTube. It's a really great resource. Over here. And yeah, so let's, so I'm the only person on the InfoSec streams list right now that who's streaming. Let's see if anybody else is on twitch.tv. Just a second. Clodar says, do you remember about Classroom something? Hex editor? Bypass filter, file bypass extension magic number of the type. Shows a JPEG, but the extension PHP. I don't... You know, Clareto, I think I'll do some research on that. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so who's streaming right now? We've got Computer Booter, we got Moohoodles. Oh, Moohoodles. Moohoodles is a really, really fun stream. Durato says, oh, back then I could only dream about offensive security streaming. Nice. Okay, Moohoodles is not there right now. Let's see who else we could raid. How about some Computer Booter? So if you're interested in hardware hacking, well, not hardware hacking, but just hardware stuff in general. Okay, let's copy that link. And thank you for subscribing on YouTube, Salah Ben Crane. And Dark World Gaming, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we got, oh man. We got ads on here. I guess we'll be done with the ads in just a little bit. Anyways, we'll start the raid. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should be raiding into Moohoodles. You'll probably have a better time over in her stream. She's usually talking about NASA and space stuff. Let's start the raid. Okay, Chiranth says hi, and Oreki, hello, nice to see you guys. Alright everybody, if you haven't followed, you can might as well follow and subscribe right now, because we'll be back on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend, and happy next week of 2026. Thank you very much. Evergreen Deer, thank you. Alright everybody, we're getting ready to raid. When you arrive on our channel, if you could give this raid message over here, OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog, and hey, thank you very much for coming by the stream, Theo. Much appreciated. If you could give this message, I would really appreciate it. Alright everybody, ready? HackerFrogs ready to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy weekend, everybody.